Welcome. Welcome here today at the 20th anniversary conference of LERU. Yesterday I learned how to say congratulations in 20 languages, although I forgot some of them, but congratulations once more. Who of you is from Europe? Who of you is from outside of Europe? Who of you loves science? Welcome, good to have you here all. Today we're going to exchange views on the distinctive role of academic institutions to foster resilient and sustainable societies. My name is Eveline van Rijswijk. I will be your moderator today. I studied here at Leiden University, political science and history, and now I'm a science communicator. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to communicate, we're going to talk about science. And I see it as my role to help you exchange these views and also, of course, to make sure that speakers don't talk too long. But I know that the speakers present here today will not talk too long, so that's great. Also join the discussion with us online. Use hashtag 20yearsLERU, so you can read everything on Twitter afterwards. If you were not paying attention, it's great, you can read it back. Let's start with the opening session. I will give the floor to Karen Maaks. Where is she? Yes, she is the Rector Magnificus of the University of Amsterdam and, of course, the chair of LERU. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you for this introduction, and thank you all for joining us here. It's a full house, and that makes the pleasure even more. Your Excellency, and a special welcome to our Minister, Professor Robert Dijkgraaf, distinguished guests and colleagues. It's an honor today to talk to you and to welcome you to the 20th anniversary of the LERU, the League of European Universities. We are very happy that Leiden is hosting us today. Leiden University is one of the founding partners of LERU. So, and this conference is going to concentrate on the role of academic institutions in resilient and sustainable societies. And that's an important topic, and I'll come to that a little later. It is also very nice that we have many partners here. We have representatives from all across Europe, also from the C7 partners, very warm welcome. And also, as was indicated also by people from further away from the whole world. So I think this is important because universities do not act alone. We all act in a system together on education, on research, and on what we do together with society. So what we are doing here is representative and is important for many more partners outside. We will have an interesting program. Our commissioner, Mrs. Maria Gabriel, will give a keynote speech. She will do that online this morning. We have a speech of our minister, as I already indicated, and after that, of course, we have a full program to discuss the future of university. So my gratitude to all speakers to come. The future of universities is important and it is not for granted. In the time that we are now, part to digitalization, also part to other effects in our society, the way we do research, the way we do education, the way we will interconnect and collaborate will change tremendously. This means that we have to look how we can organize this transformation and make sure that we all together make universities even better, not because they are not good today, but they have to fit in a society which is changing tremendously. We had, so many years ago, a Bologna process, and I think we have to realize that maybe we are again running a kind of a process that makes us really fit for the future. I would like to thank, in the first place, the LERU staff. And of course, I don't have to say that Professor Kurt Ketelaar is really the engine in LERU. And I would like to thank him personally, and also from you, he's there in the back. But I would like to give him a big applause. And with that, I wish you all an inspiring day and a lot of discussion and a lot of interaction. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen Max. I will now introduce the second speaker, or actually we're going to do an interview. The Dutch Minister of Education, Culture and Science, Robert Dijkgraaf. And he's also, of course, a Dutch theoretical physicist and string theorist. And before becoming a Dutch minister, he was the director and Leon Levy professor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, and a tenured professor, of course, at the University of Amsterdam. Give him a warm hand. Great to have you here.
Yes,
welcome.
Good morning.
We're talking about the importance of research universities. And I was wondering, could you say that the fact that we had a COVID vaccine so quickly is a part of the success of research universities?
Well, thank you so much. And I think definitely it is. My kind of two-word summary of what happened in the past 2 years is science works. I think science works, actually basic research works, because I think the fact that we're sitting here together is to a large way, we're responsible for key biomedical technologies like messenger RNA. So if we didn't have them, we should have built a time machine, go back to the 1980s and suggest that this might be a right way to go forward. And also I would say globalization works in science. So the fact that the scientific community has not only invested in these fundamental ideas for many decades, but also that we have an open connection between, actually across the world, has accelerated, I think, the production of vaccines in a remarkable time. And so I would have thought that by now, we would all be supercharged, and nobody ever has to make the case again why basic research is so important, because it has saved so many lives.
Yeah, because they started 30 years ago. Someone thought, hey, maybe this could be something.
It is remarkable. I know when the pandemic started, there was a little graphic in the newspapers that said that if everything works as usual, the first vaccines would be here in 2033. And in fact, I think the first were approved in November of 2020, which is an absolutely remarkable. Now, often I'm very optimistic about what basic research can do, but sometimes things go even better than expected, and I think this is the case. And I think we should be very proud, and we should kind of spread that insight.
Yeah, we should spread that insight. However, there's also a lot of skepticism. It went too fast. Can we trust science? Even violence.
Yes.
How do we deal with that?
I think for me that has been the biggest surprise of this pandemic. I was surprised with the incredible success of research. And the efficacy of the vaccines and therapies. But the kind of pushback was a surprise. I read somewhere, if you mix science and politics, you get politics.
It's a good one.
It's a good one. So the pushback, the fact that even if it's about a life-saving element, there was so much skepticism. That was a big surprise, but I must say, I think we learned a lot from that too. I think, first of all, I think there's still, scientists are among the most trusted groups in society. I think there's a very small but very vocal minority that is magnified by social media, that actually spreads faster than the virus itself. But I think we also learned some lessons. For instance, not everybody who's skeptical or has questions has the same attitude. So there's a huge, sometimes I joke, there's this famous line in Anna Karenina, that all happy families are happy in the same way, but unhappy families are unhappy each in their own way. I think people who are skeptical about science are probably skeptical each in their own way. There could be that they're just misinformed. They could be afraid. They might belong to groups in society that actually, rightly so, have some distrust in governments. And so I think we also learned that public engagement is very important, that we need to have these dialogues. And also I think collectively we have to stand up for the facts. And I think we should also stand up for the people who stand up for the facts. And I think this is, again, a role that I certainly, in politics, I think we should play a role.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm also dismayed that these voices are not only heard on the street or on social media, but even in the heart of democracy. And so I think there's a role of society in general to protect the scientists and those who communicate about science, because I think it's actually one of the key defenses we have against the many challenges.
And what can research universities do about it, do you think?
I think, one thing that I think every member of LERU is doing, and that we should perhaps do more, is make sure that there is this public engagement role, and that those who work in universities who are enthusiastic about this, who want to communicate, who want to engage, have career perspectives. I think it's another important role of universities, next to their research, their education, their innovation, and that also in those domains there's excellence. There are people who are really excited about that and are very effective, and in fact many young people. So I think in my conversations with students, young scholars, this is often something that there are lots of ideas, a lot of enthusiasm.
So we should help them and support them.
I think a public dialogue is incredibly important, not only explain to the people what we are doing, but also actually, honestly, there are some crucial decisions that we as an academic community have to make into developing technologies that I think a healthy debate with the public is necessary. Also to tell, which direction should we evolve. And I think, universities are living, breathing organizations, should be in touch with the societies in which they're rooted.
You're a minister now, but you, of course, used to be an academic. We're talking about building resilient societies and sustainable societies. How did you try to, in your former role, how do I say this, contribute to solving these kind of societal challenges as a physicist?
Well, I'm not sure, as string theorist, I've solved any societal challenges. I think, we need good ideas. We probably need better ideas. I think we should be honest that, in order to really address the challenges, that we need some breakthroughs. And, there's this saying that to have a good idea, you first have a lot of ideas. So I always felt, very strongly that we should encourage a diversity of ideas, of particularly, empower young people at a very early age. And, I co-wrote this little book, The Usefulness of Useless Knowledge. And, in my last job in Princeton, I think, often I was asked this question, how did you contribute to society? And then it's usually by thinking outside the box. And the box that institute has is we only do theoretical research. We broke that rule once when John von Neumann in the 1940s, 50s, decided to build an actual computer, essentially the first modern computer, driven by a challenge, which at that point was to simulate nuclear explosions. But in the spare time, he started working on weather predictions. My famous anecdote is the first time he made a weather prediction, it took 48 hours to predict tomorrow's weather. So, but then
that's useless.
And then he soon got it back under 8 hours. And then, in 1955, he writes a paper about essentially, can humankind survive technology? And then he mentions actually that climate change will be the real challenge because of his weather predictions, etc. He saw that already coming.
Yeah.
So I think there's something there. I mean, I always felt, research, the academic world, apart from providing solutions, it's also a radar screen that picks up the very first glimpse of future challenges.
Yeah. But scientists also need more spare time. That's
Yes.
what I also get from this story. We're talking about research and policy. How would you evaluate the EU research and innovation policy that has been developed over the past decades?
Well, I'm incredibly proud what's happening in Europe. I think, I often say, modern science, scholarship, the modern university is Europe's gift to the world. It honestly is. Science flourished, research flourished in Europe because of this level of competition and collaboration. And I think what Europe is currently doing with this, basically, in the Horizon program, with this kind of triple approach, both fundamental research, societal challenges, innovation. Often joke, knowledge is like if you would play Scrabble, it would be a triple word, it would have triple value. And I think actually Europe is capturing that in a very, very clear way. It also is really a haven for curiosity-driven basic research. I'm very proud of the ERC, which I think is a gold standard in how to support and evaluate and foster fundamental research. And I think there's this more general trend that, that fostering research is one of the key things where Europe works. And it is a mission of Europe. And I think, we all should push and make sure that this research, innovation, education actually is also in the future a key direction in which Europe moves.
Can the EU learn something from the US, since you have experience in the US as well?
Well,
what can they
in
learn?
many ways, the United States has a system that's complementary. So I would say the strength of the European system is our collaboration. The strength, perhaps, of the US system, I would say there are two. One, I think, is the autonomy of universities, which to a large extent are free to chart their own course, and at least the top ones. And the second one is there is a huge amount of biodiversity. So one thing I love of the US that, one university decides to go one direction, the other says, well, I'll go another direction. Good luck to you. This is our way to do it. And that means that as a student, there is a huge repertoire of kind of educational institutions. Often I joke, the US has both the very best and the very worst, and often they're very close together. So there's, in some sense, there's a lot of biodiversity, and I think that's something that we should also look at. How can we make sure that we're not all doing the same thing?
Yeah, we should diversify.
That we diversify, and I think that's and it always is good to reflect with other science systems.
Yeah. So we're celebrating today,
yes,
20th anniversary. How would you evaluate everything that LERU has done, everything, the past 20 years?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly proud to be here and celebrate your event, because these are such august and wonderful institutions working together. Now, there's this famous factoid that I think Clark Kerr first mentioned, that of all the institutions that were around in the year 1500, there are only 85, I think, still around, including the Roman Catholic Church,
No pressure, LERU.
some Swiss cantons, but then 70 of the 85 are research universities, and some of them are LERU members.
Wow.
And so universities are, in some sense, of the longest living institutions. And so why? Because I think they're learning, they're evolving, they are continuously growing. And the fact that this group of universities, I would say, if you would have a guest here from the 17th century, I wouldn't be surprised that these institutions are working together, because it's a very natural thing. But I think LERU has been an incredible advocate for research, for the fact that the university can comprehensively deal with all these requests from society. And I must say, one thing I find the most inspiring, and of course, they have been pushing the European agenda. I know in Brussels, it's one of the strongest voices. You're a terrific advocate, and we need that, I think. And I'm very proud, by the way, also that 3 of the Dutch universities are part of it. All 3 I have relation to. I'm an alumnus of Utrecht. I was for 30 years a professor in Amsterdam, and I actually got an honorary doctorate from Leiden. So I feel very connected to all 3 of them. But I must say there's perhaps a final thing in many of these discussions, and which actually for me is the greatest cause of optimism every day, is my interaction with the students. And I think there is this incredible richness in the universities, which is, you have these bright, engaged 20-somethings, students who are engaging with the world, are in many ways doing things so much smarter and cleverer than like I would have done when I was a student. No, honestly, I think we have these huge challenges, and you're looking for shortcuts. And I think the shortcut is to engage that group of students.
Young people.
And I think actually the young people should be and are, I know, an inspiration for all of us. But I think this is actually something that universities can offer to society. And so if I would say anything, keep giving that generation a voice. Take maximum advantage of all their ideas, the way they think outside the box, the way they engage with societal challenges. Which they do so much more powerful than we did in the past. And I think that's a great cause of optimism.
So next anniversary, we should have a little bit more young people here as well.
Yes.
I would like to thank you for your time as well, because the minister, of course, has to go to the Council of Ministers, which is every Friday morning. So great that you would come here, and good luck today.
I'm very sorry I can't be here with you the whole...
It was great to have you.
But I want to extend again, my congratulations to all of you, and I just hope to hear and see a lot of LERU.
Thank you very much. Robert Dijkgraaf. Isn't it great that he has to go to the Council of Ministers? But before that, he joins us here at LERU. That's great, right? We're moving on with our opening session, and up next is the Rector Magnificus of Leiden University, Hester Bijl. Give her a warm applause.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, government leaders who just left, unfortunately, but great he was here. Private and public sector partners, leaders of global sister organizations, and of course, LERU colleagues. It is a great honor to welcome so many of you to our beautiful city of Leiden. Here stands a proud representative of a founding member of LERU, as I yesterday explained. It is an honor to host the 20th anniversary of LERU here at Leiden. And the topic of today is the distinctive role of academic institutions to foster resilient and sustainable societies. Let me start with a few local examples. Going back quite a few decades ago, the foundations for one of the COVID vaccines, the Janssen vaccine, was laid here at Leiden in our labs by a scientist, Lex van der Ebb, who was fundamentally interested in cells and processes of cells. COVID didn't exist. Then next, last year, 3 out of the 6 national prizes for excellent science and impact, the Spinoza and Stevin prizes, were won by full professors from Leiden University. Maria Jasdan-Baks, Mark Koper and Judy Mesman. Maria and her team work on the role of infectious parasites, and she plays a leading role in the development of potential vaccines against malaria. Mark and his team work on understanding what happens on the atomic level when you transmit electricity through a chemical fluid, with the ultimate aim to make our energy and chemical industry more green. And Judy She studies child development. She's interested in how children see themselves and others in terms of sexuality, ethnicity, and gender, and how that is shaped by the way significant adults treat these issues. And then last but not least, coming June, the Leiden University Medical Center will open a large state-of-the-art stem cell facility, NextGen, in the Leiden Bioscience Park. It's for regenerative medicine, the idea of replacing or restoring diseased cells, tissues, and organs. The research is part of a global cooperation with, amongst others, the University of Copenhagen. And the team works on extremely innovative therapies, but will also work together with other disciplines, for example, on the required legal framework for this innovative treatment, on science communication and acceptance in society. You just heard that there's a crucial element for the eventual impact. So these are just a few examples, and I'm sure all universities in the room have similar examples. So why can universities play such a crucial role? I think it is because we're innovative, connected, and independent. We have extremely talented, driven staff. You just heard the minister also about our students. We have eager and bright students, excellent innovative research and educational programs in a wide range of topics, and facilities like laboratories, libraries, collections. But equally crucial are our connections to our cities. You just heard the mayor speaking yesterday evening. Our citizens, as well as to our national and international academic and non-academic partners. We need to work together to contribute to the highly complex global societal challenges. As rector, I support my staff and need to ensure that they have enough time and rest to reflect, the spare time the minister was just mentioning. They need time to go out and go into new directions, connect with others within our university and outside. And this is a challenge, as student numbers have risen over the years and work pressure in the universities is quite high. And making new connections, especially crossing borders of disciplines and organizations, actually take a significant extra effort. Luckily, here in the Netherlands, the new government and minister are aware and willing to do something about this. So we keep our fingers crossed. Next, we need academic freedom and autonomous universities, crucial for excellent research and education, which is not trivial, even in Europe. Actually, academic freedom requires constant attention. Also in the Netherlands, where, for example, at the moment, some of our scientists are under threat. Totally unacceptable. One of our staff members needs continuous security, while others do not feel safe to speak out, leading to self-censorship. We need to stand up for our science together and protect them. And finally, in order to have true impact, we need to work together with society and its leadership. We need to be listened to and taken seriously. Even though our message might not be crisp and clear, we might not provide easy answers or easy implementable solutions, as complex challenges hardly ever have simple solutions. This luckily is changing too. For example, in times of COVID, many governments had scientific advisory boards or scientists in their outbreak management team. Here, I call upon all of us to take humanities and social sciences, including law, equally seriously as the rest. These are not supporting sciences you need once you have developed a technical or medical solution. They're crucial for society and need to be incorporated from the start. So it's clear we need to work together and we need each other. Here, LERU universities and their close relations with leaders and decision makers and all parties from all over the world can play a crucial role. Therefore, I am extremely pleased with the diversity of attendance and speakers from all parts of society, from all over the world, present today. I'm honored to host you in Leiden and look forward to the inspiring discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hester Bijl, for your words. We will now have a video message coming from Pieter Duisenberg, who is the president of the Associations of the Universities of the Netherlands, formerly known as VSNU, but you don't know that if you're not from the Netherlands. Enjoy the message by Pieter Duisenberg.
Congratulations. Congratulations on the 20th anniversary of the League of European Research Universities, LERU. LERU has been crucial in European university collaboration and crucial in political debate in Europe about science and education. Of course, your anniversary takes place against the background of a war in Ukraine and new geopolitical tensions. And I think universities and research and education are actually bridges against these wars and against these tensions. And they are bridges of collaboration where we can improve the world and together address the societal challenges. What keeps running through my head is the question that Charles Michel, the President of the European Council, posed to all the universities last year. He asked us, what role can universities play for a stronger Europe? I see 3 steps, or 3 main agenda points. Number 1 is what you're about at LERU, which is collaboration. Collaboration in Europe between universities, collaboration with society, with governments, with the public. So collaboration in the broadest possible sense, because then we can better solve the challenges and we can have more impact with our knowledge. The second is, of course, that we need excellent knowledge. We need excellent research. And therefore, investing at the Lisbon targets remains a great ambition and remains crucial. Also, investing in the ERC and Marie Curie fellowships, that remains crucial. And that's crucial for a leadership position in knowledge for Europe. And the third is that we need to be excellent, but we need to broaden our definitions of excellence. It's not only excellence in research, but for more powerful universities, we also need to be excellent in education and in open science and open education, in impact and in collaboration. Collaboration of our scientists, but also collaboration as institutions with each other and with society. And this excellence and this redefinition of excellence is what we call in the Netherlands recognition and rewards movement. And I know LERU is a supporter of changing and redefining and broadening the definitions of excellence, and we want to thank you for that. So once again, congratulations on your anniversary, and I hope in the future we have many more years of collaboration to come.
Pieter Duisenberg. Next, we move on to Meta Knoll. She's the director of Leiden Leiden European City of Science. It's a 365 days festival. It's great. It's every day here in Leiden. She will tell us more about being a European City of Science and also which role it plays in helping science building resilient cities. So give her a big applause. Meta Knoll.
Thank you, Evelien, and thanks to all of you. And yes, indeed, in case you did not notice yet, Leiden is the European City of Science. But first, let me congratulate LERU on its 20th anniversary. It's a great opportunity to welcome you all in Leiden, and many thanks also to Korte Ketelare and the LERU team for sharing this wonderful partnership, and to Leiden University for the excellent hosting. It is an honor and a privilege to tell you more about Leiden European City of Science, and in particular about the way we aim to connect science with society for the sake of a sustainable future for all of us. Indeed, Leiden is the very first European city to present a year-long science festival for anyone with a curious mind. It is an initiative of our founding partners, the City of Leiden, Leiden University Medical Center, and of course the Leiden University of Applied Sciences, which can only take place thanks to the partnership with Euroscience and thanks to the crucial support of the European Commission. So, what exactly is Leiden European City of Science? We are presenting a science festival of 365 days with the aim of connecting science with society, and in doing so we do not only focus on the broad spectrum of academic disciplines, but moreover on the whole spectrum of human knowledge, which includes arts and culture, crafts, know-how and expertise. We do this on local, national and international levels for anyone with a curious mind. Our year of events is brimming with activities, events, workshops, exhibitions, lectures and adventures. Together with local communities, we co-create hundreds of small-scaled but highly impactful events every single day, every step along the way. But of course, this was meant to be the slide. But of course, we also present high-profile scientific events. A highlight of the year is the Euroscience Open Forum, developed in close partnership with Euroscience, and chaired by two scientific champions from Leiden, Professor Ferry Breedveld and Professor Corien Hofman. It is the largest interdisciplinary science conference in Europe that will take place for the 10th time. And trust me, the Leiden 2022 edition of ESOF will be fundamentally innovated compared to earlier editions. The theme of ESOF 2022 is Crossing Borders, Engaged Science, Resilient Societies, which is completely in line with our aim to connect science with society, but also resonates with LERU's focus on the role of academic institutions in building resilient and sustainable societies, both of which tap into an overall growing interest, as has been pointed out by previous speakers here, in international academic communities to become part of societal ecosystems rather than standing next or even above society. Also, in September, on the occasion of the European Year of Youth, we will host a special Young Talent Week. From more than 40 countries all over the world, curious young researchers aged 14 to 20 will travel to Leiden for the finals of the European Union Contest for Young Scientists, UCIS. They already won their national contest and will gather in Leiden to compete for the very best science awards. And we are really proud to also present a brand new event developed in close collaboration with the European Commission, dedicated to early career researchers and PhDs aged 21 to 30. The EU Talenton is a highly promising event, a 4-day hackathon in which we invite the brightest young minds of universities across Europe to step into our pressure cookers in order to find solutions for the most challenging issues of our time: climate adaptation, beating cancer, smart cities, and achieving healthy soils and waters. As such, Talenton participants may actively contribute to the 5 missions of the European Commission, which is the way it should be, because the future is literally in the hands of these new generations. So please check out our Talenton website and nominate the most promising students of your LERU universities to join us in Leiden in September. But, as I said, we are also committed to develop small-scale activities on a hyper-local scale in a very unique program that we call Knowledge Throughout the Neighborhoods. Because if we say we aim to connect science with society, we are only worth your trust if we actually do it. This is key. It's very important. Why? Why is it so important? As scientific and civil communities, we are facing major challenges. I am sure you know what I'm referring to here. And the thing is, in a globalized and highly interconnected world, we really are in this together. As societies, we need even higher levels of collaboration to be able to find the necessary solutions. But such collaborations are only successful if they are based on a fundamental level of mutual trust. As you most certainly are aware, the level of trust in science in our European societies is still relatively high, But such trust, we know that also, is a very vulnerable asset. Among American Republicans, for example, trust in science is rapidly diminishing, which is not so very surprising because you probably all remember who said just a few years ago, "I don't think science knows, actually." In this era of post-truth, in our digitized and mediatized societies, there is a continuous overflow of misinformation, fake news, deepfake, and filter bubbles. This urges us to reposition relationships between science and society in order to seek new models for integrating and embedding reliable knowledge systems in our societal structures. Therefore, as an overarching narrative for Leiden European City of Science, we chose Who Knows? Because who has the authority on knowledge these days? Who knows what we do not know yet? And who knows what is yet to be discovered? As an academic community, we need to focus on public engagement with science, which is more than a form of science communication through the marketing departments of our universities. It is also about science education, open science, and citizen science. It is about new forms of stakeholder management and about opening up your academic networks. It is about finding new ways to create impact by means of co-creation, participatory events, and fresh bottom-up practices. It is not only about broadcasting, but also about listening. It requires creativity and a willingness to experiment. So then, if that is the case, how do we make it spin at Leiden European City of Science? There's basically only one answer, which is together, which means in our case that we work with, by, and foremost for the so-called non-usual suspects, people that would normally not be engaged in scientific circles or initiatives. In order to do that, we are taking a strong value-driven approach. We aim to be generous, we love new adventures, we are empathic, and of course, we are really curious about people and about their interest in science. Now, we have been doing this for a while preparing the whole year, starting as of January 1st, during the pandemic and the lockdown, until the 140th day of our program, which is today. So what have we learned so far? I'd like to share a few of our learnings with you. First of all, the messy stuff wins. If you want to work with new audiences, you have to let go of fixed formats. You have to let go of control. If trust is the key issue, you have to build on trust and allow spontaneous, original ideas to win from the fixed formats every step along the way. And although this might seem contrary to scientific practices, in this case, it is crucial to not let the rational get into the way of the intuitive, because in order to foster and stimulate real bottom-up ownership, you need to cherish originality and authenticity. Learning number 2. It won't surprise you. Be generous. Because bottom-up inclusivity only works if you are performing continuous bias checks upon yourself, upon your team, with regard to the people you're encountering along the way. This line of work requires conditional forms of leadership. It also requires that you keep on reaching beyond your own networks, which is definitely easier said than done. But if you do, you may be able to follow the pathway from public awareness to public engagement to real public participation. And then learning number 3. Yes, of course, it is all about curiosity. Because curiosity is made in heaven. It opens up boxes and possibilities. It allows you to take unexpected corners. It tempts people to open up their brains and their senses. And moreover, the power of curiosity encompasses far beyond the classical marketing-driven target groups and prefixed media strategies. Curiosity enables you to find new audiences in order to invite, surprise, and delight them, and enlighten them with science, knowledge, art, and expertise. So then, How did we do it? Please meet our team. And I would like to point out the role of Lucien Geelhoed, our intendant, the architect of the year, who designed the conceptual framework for Leiden European City of Science, and who is also present here today. We began in 2020 amidst the pandemic, and during the first half year of 2021, we rented an artist studio and built a wall with 365 clippers, one for each day of the year. We gave massive amounts of online presentations and invited anyone with a curious mind to propose so-called topics of the day. By July 1st, we had harvested enough to fill 3 years with all the interesting topics that were suggested to us, bottom up by a super diverse crowd of people reflecting society as a whole. We chose 365 of them and bundled them into a fancy tear-off calendar. And as of November 10, we launched the Leiden 2022 program. We started distributing these free calendars across Leiden and its surroundings. On the 22nd of January, Minister Dijkgraaf officially opened the year in a film premiere because the Netherlands was still in lockdown. But as of mid-February, we could gradually start our chain of small-scaled, hyper-local activities. Let me explain how it works. Each activity is being produced by a local owner of the day, which might be a school teacher, a social worker, an artist, a volunteer, or an active citizen with a curious mind. We provide them with a microcredit of €500, some coaching, and an overall communication toolkit. And for the scientists involved, we define only 2 rules. The first of which is that they are not allowed to stay in their institution. And the second is that they're not allowed to give lectures. And I must say, this really works well. For example, on February 14, the topic of the day was Dada, and Studio Mojo, a social education project for high school dropouts, organized a visual poetry workshop inspired by Dadaism. On February 21, the topic was Mother Tongue. In one of Leiden's community centers, parents of multilingual children could participate in a workshop with a speech therapist. On April 8, students presented a super cool performance with liquid nitrogen on a market in the north of Leiden. The topic of the day was superconductivity, magic. On a beautiful sunny day, a week later, the neighborhood committee of Vreewijk invited their neighbors to an open-air pop-up science event on quantum. They were served quantum soup and mini lectures on quantum theory and quantum computing. Over 100 people came. Truly splendid. Later that month, the topic was soil. In the beautiful Hortus Botanicus, where LERU opening took place yesterday, families could visit a multisensory event with experiments, pop-up presentations, and a scavenger hunt, all about soil, plants, and biodiversity. And then the last example, on May 3, the so-called Living Library was organized in a local library on the initiative of Professor Maarten van der Woude of Leiden University. Instead of reading a book, people could have a talk with a non-usual suspect, someone with borderline syndrome, a former addict, a Syrian refugee with a Jewish background. The topic of the day was, of course, empathy. But there's more. Every day, people can send in questions to P.O. Box 71, and with the support of the Citizen Science Lab of Leiden University, we are reaching out to scientists to seek for answers. And as you may have heard, we present a daily Science and Society radio show, Radio Weetlust. This morning, the 140th edition of 2022 took place, and the topic was bees. And then, one of the most rewarding features are the so-called VIPs, very important presents. It is the kind of things you don't expect to happen, but that do happen anyway, because people are triggered. They are inspired, and they feel enabled to make the interest in science a part of their own local efforts, communities, and identity. So this, for example, is a television series about the meaning of science, produced by a local theatre company. the actors and actresses of which all have Down syndrome or an autism spectrum diagnosis. We didn't do anything about this. It's 100% their own project, and it's fabulous. And there's much, much more. Not only LERU coming to town on the occasion of Leiden European City of Science, but many, many more original local initiatives that we did not initiate at all, but that do happen anyway. Because somewhere, somehow, we sparked some curiosity and managed to unleash potential in Leiden's civil society. People love science. They eat it for breakfast. So, please, join us. Is this a story about excellent science? Hardly. Is it a story about thick engagement? Definitely. So, to conclude, I would like to present a statement on public engagement with science. Because as a former museum director, I have discovered that there is a world without walls where science, creativity, and society can meet and interact. And I firmly believe that if we want to nurture and strengthen societal trust in science, and if universities want to take up their role to help building resilient and sustainable societies, and if they take this role seriously, they will need to develop and invest in new ways of connecting with us, citizens. Thank you. And is Koert still here? Could I give Koert this beautiful calendar? Like, yeah? And if you want to pick one too, pick up one too. If you have a coffee or lunch, we have a huge amount of them. So you can all take one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Meta Knoll. I really loved the inspiring examples, and I just want to know what's tomorrow, what's coming the day after tomorrow. So I definitely want to have a calendar myself. Yeah, it's day 140 already of 2022. It's amazing, right? Yeah. I'm looking. Do we have the European Commissioner already online? Yes, is she already there? Great. We will now have our keynote speaker for today, Maria Gabriel. And she is, of course, the European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. And she will give a keynote speech on the theme of this conference, on the role of research intensive in universities. Can you hear me already, Maria?
I hear you very well.
Oh, great.
There is no problem with my video.
Oh, small problem with your video.
Yeah.
So if we can't solve the problem, then at least we can hear you.
Yeah, for sure. For sure you can hear me.
Yeah.
But
if you could try to fix it, you could try that. And otherwise, we would love to listen to you.
Okay, maybe in that case I will start.
Yes. Then I would ask everyone here in the audience to give a warm hand. Maria Gabriel.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, dear Minister, dear members of the LERU Governing Board, dear representatives of Leiden European City of Science, dear rectors, representatives of universities, dear research and education community, ladies and gentlemen. First, thank you very much, LERU, for inviting me to celebrate your 20th anniversary. 7,300 days of life are a lot, and you were certainly protagonists in the build-up of the European research and education areas. At the same time, your contributions on open science, research infrastructures are visionary examples of the need to keep look ahead, sometimes challenging mainstream thinking and requiring us to think out of the box. So let me then start by wishing you a happy birthday. Your 20th anniversary marks just the beginning. LERU went through major challenges in these 2 decades, from the technological maturity of the global internet to the relevance of research data to understand the cause effect behind climate change. More recently, the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine at the heart of Europe. So for me, there is one reference. That was your statement of May 2021 on the role of academic institutions to foster resilient and sustainable societies. That is a reference highlighting several important points that characterize a robust framework for research and education. So I commend the opportunity to discuss it today with such distinguished participants in a context where defending our fundamental values becomes more imperative than ever. So first, universities are the embodiment of resilience. Academic institutions have established for many centuries global networks, contributing to shape the evolution of education and research systems. Universities and the scientific community were important voices during similar periods of our history, marked by socioeconomic stress. They were in the front line, defending prosperity through freedom of expression, transmission of knowledge, and a culture of objectiveness and peer scrutiny. Universities are at the crossroads of education, research, and innovation, and are vital organizations to address the forthcoming green and digital transformations that we need to accelerate. Transformations that will have an impact on critical sectors of our society and economy, from energy production to culture, from new mobility paradigms to circular industrial manufacturing. Allow me to reflect for a moment on what I think are the grounds to develop a resilient and robust European science framework along three dimensions: policy, governance, and investments. First, we need a strong policy to address urgent needs, such as renewing our research community. We need to attract young generations, providing them incentives that go from high-quality education to offering attractive careers inside and outside the academic context. We need to look at excellence as the result of persistent investment in people, creating the conditions through education and access to high-quality infrastructures. We need policies for inclusive excellence, where young generations from every corner of Europe have opportunities to build networks of advanced knowledge. This is not just because we are celebrating the European Year of Youth. It is a question of sustainability and of European global competitiveness. The reform of career assessment that LERU is closely following is important to provide new incentives and update our education and research systems to better interact and respond to new context of the scientific dialogue. We need all stakeholders to build a coherent view and put it in practice. For instance, why not using the universities' alliances as test beds? Because it's true, universities play a key role in growing the citizens, the competent scientists, the trusted policymakers of the future. So strong science policy is needed in times of growing tensions to promote cooperation within Europe, defend unnegotiable values of integrity, freedom of inquiry, and use science diplomacy actions with our trusted international partners. The second point is governance. We need a flexible and open governance that promotes dialogue and at the same time allows for timely decisions and action. Count on me to avoid the establishment of strict compartments placing education on one side and research on the other, or academic organizations here and industry out there. We need a governance that serves different contexts and requirements and looks at the interactions between science, education, and also innovation as a means to deliver impact to our societies. LERU's members, our research-intensive universities, are an example for all. We need to foster the interplay between research and education. Fundamental and applied sciences are much closer than we depict. Modern science incorporates more and more the exploration of disciplinary boundaries, benefiting from interactions across natural and social sciences and humanities. So promoting interdisciplinary and challenge-oriented activities is a priority in our European strategy for universities, as you know, supported by Erasmus+, Horizon Europe and its missions. And this is one of the aspects that can inspire the steps towards a joint European degree. Let me remind that we are launching next month an Erasmus+ pilot call to test a joint European label for joint programs. And this also entails checking the available legal tools at European level for a possible legal statute for the alliances of higher education institutions. And I would like to invite you all to participate in this pilot call. There is also the social side, where universities have a key role to inspire and promote more engagement, including research-intensive universities. Citizen science initiatives, such as, for example, the Plastic Pirates, should promote from early stages innovative pedagogies and approaches to teaching and learning, exploring links with research activities. Scaling them to the European level, taking advantage of transnational initiatives, maximizes the added value. And finally, let me address the hard theme of investments. We need more and above all better investments in education and research. They are essential to build the robust science framework that we need. Setting investment targets is useful as benchmarks to promote coordination at European, national, and regional levels. However, we need to go beyond. We need to look at the instruments available like in an orchestra and make them work in harmony. In terms of European, national, and regional programs, harmony means strategic alignment and synergies. I count on academic institutions to lead the way to make these synergies more effective, linking research, education, and contributing to regional innovation partnerships. Investments in research and education are clearly linked with our strategic autonomy. And I fully agree with LERU's recent statement, stressing that being autonomous, it's about the ability to shape and choose our future. Investing in research and technology infrastructures is essential to provide the best conditions to the research community and foster scientific leadership and support our policies. And here, allow me to give the example of LERU as a precursor of open science, and more specifically, of open academic repositories that led to important investments on infrastructures such as the European Open Science Cloud. Now, let me conclude by stressing that there is no transformation of higher education, no work towards resilience and sustainability without the creativity and the energy of higher education leaders and management. And I would like to thank LERU, your members, and the many European universities alliances to which you belong for your active participation and valuable input in all our consultations. It is very important for me to continue to listen to you, to hear your voice, and in that spirit, maybe at these concluding remarks, allow me, if possible, a final request to you. In less than 1 month, marking the end of the French presidency, the European ministers will be debating several files that will require a careful follow-up, such as what and how Horizon missions should deliver. How do you see your involvement in shaping them? How can we defend our values and principles in a context of trusted international cooperation? And final question, how can we better support and fund young researchers, providing them long-term perspectives in times of constrained resources? I will be delighted to get your views because I count on you. The European strategy for universities states it clearly. Academic institutions have not only a key role to play, but they are in a unique position to do it. For me, you are in the driving seat. So you can count on me as much as I hope to count on you to develop a robust European science and education framework with stronger policies, stronger governance, and much more effective investments. Thank you very much, and happy birthday, LERU.
Thank you, Maria. I hope you can still hear me. You asked us 2 questions, so maybe it would be nice if I would go to the audience and ask for your input. So there were 2 questions, the first one on Horizon and the second one on young researchers. Do you still hear me, Maria?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, I'm going to walk through the room and ask for your input on the first question of Maria on Horizon. Who wants to share their few ideas with Maria Gabriel? This is your chance. Any idea is welcome. Tell me. Help me out here. Maria, could you repeat the exact question? On
Of
Horizon.
Course. On the Horizon, that was precisely on Horizon missions, because I think that's one of the novelties of our program that we need to much better promote and we need to fulfill with adequate content. And that's why my question, it was what and how Horizon missions should deliver, and how do you see here your involvement in shaping them? I would like maybe just to remind that we have 5 missions, one on cancer, and the 4 others are directly linked to the European Green Deal. We are talking about climate adaptation, we are talking about climate neutral and smart cities, we are talking about oceans and seas, and finally on soil and agriculture and food. So I would like just to say that I believe that now with our missions, what we are proposing is to change the approach, challenge-based approach, impact-oriented approach. For sure, we need synergies, but the driving force is coming from research, is coming from education. I will be really very glad if I can have your contribution.
I have Kurt de Ketelaar here. He wants to share some input.
Hi, Maria. Good morning. And obviously, if nobody in the audience has an idea, then certainly I always have an idea. But thank you for this question on missions. You know that over the past 2 years, we have been discussing missions in detail, and that, of course, we support this missions approach. You will have seen in the program that later today, Mariana Mazzucato, who has been shaping your missions policy in Horizon Europe, will be one of our other keynote speakers. And so certainly full support from our side for the missions, although we still have some worries with regard to the available funding, of course. As always, we have some worries still about the vagueness of the goals of some missions, and we are still a little bit worried about the timing, namely that it takes too long in the policy setting now to realize those missions. But in order to stay positive at this birthday party, I would say, let me take the example of the cities mission, where the Commission's goal is to have 100 European cities smart and sustainable by 2030. And just 2 weeks ago, you and your services have published the list of 100 cities which are selected for this cities mission of the European Commission. And I'm very glad to say that out of those 100 cities, 12 LERU cities are included, and 6 cities of our group of Central Europe 7 are included. So that makes that 18 cities of the 100 cities elected are in fact LERU cities. And I'm absolutely sure that our universities, as well from LERU as from CE7, in those 18 cities will be the driving forces for the realization of their smart and sustainable city. It's clear that through our research, through our education, through our innovation, that we deploy in all those cities and the areas in which they are operational, that we will be a major driver for this smart and sustainable development of those cities in Europe. And we hope, of course, together with you, that they will be leading the way and give the example so that by 2050, what is your intention just like ours, all cities in Europe can become smart and sustainable. So this is a very nice example I think, of where we find each other, where we can collaborate together with your services in order to make sure that certainly that mission is going to come to a good end by 2030. But nonetheless, I repeat the three worries that we still have: budget, timing, and specificity of the missions itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you for your input, for Maria. Anyone else who wants to add to this input something? Yes? Please also mention your name.
Thank you. Hi, Maria. My name is Linda Doyle. I'm from Trinity College Dublin, and I met you recently on a trip there. I had the pleasure of your company. For me, when I think about the missions, I think you said something very interesting in your speech just there about fundamental and applied research not being that far apart, or not being that in opposition to each other. You had some better phrase than that. But for me, the missions could be really powerfully used to make sure that people understand that both of those things are important in addressing the question. So when you prioritize at a national level from a top-down way when it comes to research, I think certainly in my own country, I've seen that that's driven a very applied agenda. I think the wonderful thing about the missions is they genuinely, if they're to succeed, also need that bottom-up, organic, left-of-field research that you didn't even think about, those ideas, that useless knowledge that we spoke about earlier. So for me, the most powerful way to make the missions succeed is to use them as a vehicle for both that top-down prioritization, that applied kind of approach, and that kind of left-to-field, bottom-up story. And I think that would resonate very, very well with universities and allow us to feed in multiple different ways. And I often use missions as an example for, I suppose, justifying the kind of research that that comes out of nowhere and that doesn't seem practical, as well as the kind of research that's very applied. So for me, I think I would kind of use them in that way more powerfully, just as a suggestion.
Thank you. Yeah, Maria, how do you see the role of these LERU universities and the Central and Eastern European countries in this cities mission?
Sorry, that was a question for me?
Yeah, that was a question for you, Maria. Yeah. So how do you see the role of universities in the realization of this cities mission that Kurt mentioned? What can research universities do? How can they help in this mission?
First of all, thank you very much, Secretary General, dear Kurt, for your answer and for your suggestions. First, I would like just to underline that we count on LERU not only for this mission on smart cities, because I must say that for the moment that's maybe the most visible and the most well-known mission. And the fact it was that, yes, we selected the first 100 cities that are supposed by 2030 really to lead by example, but at the same time we received more than 377 candidates. And now the question is definitely to continue to bring them together and to help them. For me, here, I would like just to say, I would like to raise the issue of budget. First, missions are different in a way that is not directly linked with the period 21-27, the financial period. For our missions, we have 4 years only to show that we are able to achieve results. And that was one of the conditions of the European Parliament when we negotiated our missions. And when we talk about budget, only for the next 2 years, we have more than 2 billion. So my first suggestion is let's see how with this budget, we can achieve already results that will convince others that with these missions, with this new approach, by being very, very closely working with our citizens, we'll be able to show results. For the timeline and the concrete targets, that's what I would like to suggest, that it's up to us to fulfill with content, with concrete content, these missions. And that's the same in Central and Eastern Europe. What is good is that we have the first 100 selected cities. They are in all our member states. So that's a very good signal. But now, very concretely, the example of smart cities. One of the main elements in this mission is to have the citizens' contract. Who else than science can help us to provide to our citizens this trust that together with data, with our bright minds, with our researchers, with our universities and our young people, we can tackle the issue of climate adaptation. We can transform our cities into places where everyone feel that he's an actor of change. So I count on this because this citizen contract is supposed to define the strategy of every region and every city together with citizens. And here, universities and researchers have a key role to play, to bring to us, our citizens, to co-create together with them what are the short and medium-term objectives, what are the decisions that we need to take, how to implement them. And I count on our universities and our LERU members to help us to fulfill with concrete content, to identify the targets that we can achieve in order to convince much more people that missions is something not only new, but is something useful, it's something beneficial for all our regions, for all our cities, and for Europe. And I would like really to thank Trinity College always for the warm welcome and the suggestion. I would like to remind that at the heart of our missions are citizens. Since the beginning, we said that missions are here only for our citizens to feel that together with science and education, with regional authorities, with innovation and a dedicated budget, we can provide concrete deliverables for them. So for me, it's absolutely essential to preserve this bottom-up approach, and we need the energy that only LERU members can give us to build synergies, to be concrete, to be adequate, and at the same time to be ambitious and visionary. That's my expectation.
Yeah, so the missions are a way to get more concrete. We have these huge challenges in society and we have to co-create in order to make it possible. I would also like to ask your second question to the audience. Could you repeat what you wanted to know again on young scientists? Maria.
Well, always the question is how can we better support and fund young researchers, how we can provide them long-term perspectives in times of constrained resources.
Let's see, what would you like to say to Maria on this topic? And also mention your name, please. Yeah.
Hello, thank you very much for the question. My name's David Bogle. I'm from University College London, and I'm the chair of the LERU Doctoral Studies Policy Group. And of course, we want science to be an incredibly attractive and dynamic place for young people to come into. And broadly speaking, it is, but there are some concerns, as you know, and I wanted to raise two of them in particular, which is not just for you, it's for us all here. And the first is, you know, we have a big science engine going on here, delivering lots of science. It means, and we want to increase that, which means more people into the system. And we know that they're not all going to be accessible to academic careers. So I think we need to give a sort of clearer and a better understanding of the various pathways, both within academia, but also beyond academia. And I think that is, we need to be clear about that and celebrate that more, because I think a lot of our younger scientists are not quite clear where they're going at the moment. And we want them to be all going out and really driving innovation in society, not just staying within our portals, of course. And the second point then is I would like to see maybe a little bit more space for them to develop that creativity. I often think the doctoral education is very much a doctoral candidate's project. They have usually a lot of space to develop that. But quite often there's a bit too much in the delivery of science of specifying in too much detail what these scientists are going to have to deliver, and not allowing them enough time and space, we heard that earlier this morning, about having their own ideas to really grow and develop their own ideas that they can then grow as independent scientists. And I think the Marie Curie program is an absolute epitome of this. That really does allow them to do that. But I think many of our funding schemes don't allow enough time and space for young researchers to really have their own ideas, not just following the ideas of their principal investigator.
Would you like to respond, Maria?
David, if I may, how do you see this space? Because I fully agree with you that we need this space to allow our young researchers to be creative and to be innovative. That's why one concrete example, I'm really very glad that for the first time in our European strategy for universities, we integrated research innovation. Especially when we talk about innovation, there is a very strong idea to have much more incubators at universities. That will be one of the main programs, and I must say that together with my team, we are working on this already to have a dedicated budget for the next year in 23. And that's why in June, the 23rd of June, I will organize the first ever European Education and Innovation Summit in order to build a European network of universities that would like to go in this direction, to have much more spaces for innovation and creativity. I will be really very glad to have your feedback. How do you see exactly this space?
I think where some of the problems come is we tend to be required to a little bit to over-specify and over-promise what is going on in the things that we bid for, and that then puts huge pressure on the young researchers to really have to over-deliver on what they have to do. And so, and part of this is our own fault. The peer review process tends to encourage this a little bit too much. So if we can allow more space, more flexibility, more creativity in the Horizon, all of the Horizon program, I think the ERC does that pretty well, but I think we need to see that a little bit more across all the Horizon aspects of the Horizon program.
I take note on this to look much more and wider in Horizon Europe program, but for sure in the European strategy for universities, we continue to address this issue.
Maybe a last small comment by Karen Maaks.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for your contribution already. I have a question. I mean, I think innovation is very much designed or in our minds from a real scientific and engineering perspective. And I personally do believe that for the future, it is not only or not next to the question how can we make better companies and a better economy, there will be also an increased need to understand which world we want, in which world do we want to live. And that is much more from the societal and from the also from the humanities, that will become more and more important. So is there a chance that Europe could take an action that it is not only about engineering, but also about acceptance in society, which I would call a kind of societal view on engineering?
Thank you. Maria?
Absolutely. First, I really agree with you that when we talk about science and researchers, we are talking about the values and the way in which we would like to shape the world. And that's a great chance. Actually, we are witnessing a new wave of innovation, the so-called fourth wave of innovation. And this wave of innovation is completely different from the previous one. The previous one that was digital, of the software skills, engineering only. No, this time, the new wave of innovation, the so-called deep tech innovation, is based on science. And that's, for me, the added value of our European approach, because here we have very, very strong experience and we have the strength to affirm our values. And on the other side, there is an element that is based on strong industrial sectors. Europe is a leader in science. Europe has strong industrial sectors. By investing now in this fourth wave of innovation, the deep tech, we have our chance to promote science as driver for values and a better world, especially because with this new wave of innovation, I would like to share with you that more than 94% of all those that are working on this new wave of innovation help us to achieve the sustainable development goals. Here we have very, very concrete benefits. So that's why you know that together with my team, that's exactly what we try to do the last 1.5 years. It's to promote a new innovation agenda in Europe, but strongly based on the values that only science can promote. And that will be one of the main assets of this new innovation agenda.
And how can the humanities, for instance, help with that, or the social sciences?
Sorry?
How can the humanities and the social sciences help in all of this, if we're not focusing only on the technical part of innovation?
In a very concrete way, we have to identify what are the strategic areas on which we have already solid science-based policies and examples, and how, by joining forces with innovation, we can affirm the added value of our European approach based on fundamental principles, the freedom, democracy, and how at the same time we can show that this new technological and digital world, it can be based on science, because that brings concrete benefits for our citizens, and that means inclusiveness, that means development for every single individual person and every single region in Europe. And that's, for me, the heart of a European leadership. If you'd like to promote a European leadership in this new world, we need to use the only one strength that science can provide us. It's making us a community, sharing common values.
Thank you very much. Maria Gabriel, European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education, Youth and Sport. Thank you for being here with us. So we started today with a perspective from Leiden, from the Netherlands and from the European Union, but now we're going to take it global and local at the same time with a wonderful panel. We have representatives from Japan, Canada, United Kingdom and Germany, and they will give their global and local perspective on the themes we are discussing today. They will give a short opening statement, all of them, and then afterwards we can ask questions. I'll open the floor for questions and we can discuss and maybe learn from each other's perspectives on what we're talking about this conference. I'll introduce them to you first, of course. Professor Kohei Ito will speak first, President of Keio University and representative of RU11 Japan, the research universities. And you guessed, there are 11 of them in this group of Japan. Canada, from Canada, Chad Gaffield, he's the Executive Director of U15, so must be 15, right? The group of Canadian research universities. Tim Bradshaw, the Chief Executive of the Russell Group, and it didn't say how many, so I looked it up, 24, is that correct? Yeah. And then Jan Wupking, the Managing Director of the German U15 or U15, and of course there are 15 universities in that group. So each of them will have an opening statement of 5 minutes and then we'll have a discussion. So I'll give the floor to you first, and of course a warm applause. And I'll take your chair.
Thank you very much, and first of all, happy birthday in LERU, omedetou gozaimasu in Japanese. I'm a quantum physicist who has been working very closely with many European researchers. So it is a special pleasure standing in front of you. Today I'm here to represent Research University 11 Consortium in Japan. The consortium is composed of top 9 national universities and 2 private universities. National universities include the University of Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka, Tohoku, etc. And 2 private universities include Waseda and Keio universities. First, Keio was actually established in 1958, 164 years ago, as a Dutch study school. And 4 years after its foundation, our founder, Yukichi Fukuzawa, traveled all the way from Japan to Leiden to learn about the university system here. And really, we learned so much from Leiden University. So thank you so much for all these mentorship. And University of Tokyo was founded 10 years after, in 1868, the first national university. And of course, it was established using the model, European university system as a model. So we owe you a lot. Today, our academic environment is much more complicated than, say, 160 years ago. And when simple adaptation of the Western textbook was more than sufficient of advancing our country while it was sufficient 160 years ago, today, Japan needs to think about what to do. Right now, by far the biggest topic among our research university 11 is so-called 10 trillion yen funding scheme. 10 trillion yen seems probably very astronomical. And in a way, yes, because it plans to establish a fund up to 80 billion euros, ensuring, so 80 billion euros coming from Japanese tax money. Our government has already set up an investment agency specific for this purpose, and they aim to achieve investment profit of about 3% and more, corresponding to 2 billion euros per year. And this 2 billion euros will be distributed among up to 5 selected universities. So each of them will receive about 300 million euros per year. Politicians came up with this idea and passed related legislations to imitate how rich American research universities are operated based on the endowment. The only difference is that the government, instead of the individual university, is going to raise the endowment basically out of the tax money, and the government also runs the investment team to make profit for the selected universities. So they do everything for you, very kind. Of course, nothing comes for free, and those who will be selected must set a clear strategy to reach the top 10 positions in the world ranking. Many Japanese, especially the older generation, are reminiscent of old Japan as #1 time in 1980s. And so too are some of the old politicians. However, we have huge discussions among our RU11. Now we have 11 research universities. Only up to 5 among us are to receive these funds. Those who will not receive this, of course, will be left with 0, while the others receive 300 million euros per year. As you know, number of citations per paper, along with international academic reputation, are some of the key factors for increasing the ranking. So those who will win this 10 trillion yen fund will put more focus on science, engineering, and medicine. National universities in Japan are composed already of 70% of such science, engineering, and medicine faculty and student bodies, and their energy will be polarized even farther into such specific disciplines. 2 private universities, Waseda and us, Keio, are exactly opposite. We are composed of 70% social science and humanities. And we are very proud of this. We put out a largest proportion of CEOs in both traditional and startup companies regime in Japan, and our alumni occupies more than 20% of the seats in the Japanese parliament. Likelihood of us, Keio or Waseda, winning the 10 trillion yen fund is low, and more importantly, motivation to apply for this is minimum. But we are determined to work closely with national universities, and we are not motivated to apply because we want to preserve our academic freedom. And we will make sure that the Research University Leiden, all of them will preserve academic freedom by lobbying to the government bodies of Japan. We want to do everything right. Of course, another big issue is the preservation of openness in research versus securing our national interest as geopolitical situation around Japan intensifies. Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan are surrounded by Russia, China, and North Korea. They seem to think differently when it comes to the usage of the power. They have nuclear weapons. Japanese parliament has recently passed a economic statecraft bill to strengthen ties with like-minded countries and limit our academic interaction with those in the unlike-minded countries. Sustaining bright, peaceful, free, and democratic future for generations to come is our #1 mission and of our research universities. For this, we are to work closely together with you and your government and our partner universities in your European countries who share the same values. I look forward to discussing further on this issue in this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we're going to listen to the opening statement of Chad Gaffield, and I already mentioned he's the Chief Executive Officer of the U15 Group of Leiden.
Bonjour à tous et toutes, et en fait, comme on dit au Canada, bon anniversaire, bonne fête à LERU. I'm pleased to be here, and it's so wonderful to be physically here after quite a while. I want to start by simply emphasizing the extent to which I think we're living a deep paradigm shift, and our universities are living a deep conceptual and epistemological paradigm shift that I think has been really exposed and made clear during the recent pandemic. And the issues in that, I think, have been highlighted this morning in a number of different ways. And from a Canadian perspective, I think I'd like to just point to 3 as really needing more attention. I think we've heard a lot about, for example, how the history of the development of the RNA viruses, vaccines have been so important and so on, and showing the importance of science. But I'd like to also say, in fact, what we've also learned is that across the campus and elsewhere has shown the value of science. I'm an historian, for example, and during the pandemic, right at the start, we were learning so much about studies on the 1918 flu, studies about past experiences and what we could learn from and apply to our present situation. And every discipline across campus you can think about, I think, played a key role in our ability to face the pandemic. I would also say, in terms of illustrating the importance of campus community connections, we talk a lot about science and society, but what we also saw during the pandemic is that intimate relationship and interaction, and not in an old school knowledge transfer way, but a much more, as we were hearing this morning, in an engagement way. So my first question is, how are we really practicing interdisciplinarity across campus? How are we practicing that engagement between society and science, as we say? And we heard the word, I think our moderator used the word co-creation. Have we really thought about that? And that leads into my second point. I think COVID kind of brought on the table at some level this question of excellence. Who's an expert? And who counts in that? Now, we all talk about, when those words flow off our tongues now, about equity, inclusion, diversity, and so on. But how we really come to the grips with the fact that, let's face it, for several hundred years, our societies in many cases have embraced the notion of diversity is actually a bad thing. Homogenization was the best thing. Standardization was the best thing, whether it's the languages used in our countries, whether, all sorts of examples we can think about in which diversity was a problem. It was not part of the solution, and homogeneity was, in fact, the goal. Now we know that that's not true. The word biodiversity was used this morning. We know economic diversity, on and on. It seems to me we have a very deep change. But what does that mean in terms of our policies and practices, our structures, our reward system? Are they all up to date? And are we really able to say, in fact, that in terms of expertise, in terms of excellence, we can no longer say, well, we know excellence when we see it. It's just excellent. Turns out that it's much more challenging and much more interesting, and I would say profoundly enriching than that, but have we really come to grips with it? My third question, I think, is a little related to this, and this is coming to grips with, I think increasingly we know that how this all plays out is expressions like systematic bias or systematic discrimination, unconscious bias. And I wonder to what extent, for example, are the words, the vocabularies, the metaphors, the metrics we use have in them the vestiges of the 19th century, the 20th century, and are not really up to date in terms of our thinking in the 21st century. The word science, for example, in English, doesn't always work that well when we think about it, not in a way that often it's talked about today. I don't know, our moderator and I were chatting earlier about the fact that we're both historians. I'm not sure that we think about ourselves, and I ask my students, are you a young scientist? And so words like that, how does that play, and what can we do to really think about in a really inclusive way that would capture the richness across campuses and with our communities, and can we update all that? Similarly, we had a wonderful discussion this morning about the importance of the rising generation, the emerging generation, and how can we embrace that? But then when you think about it, or you think about our curriculum, for example, through undergraduate and graduate, it's really based on the notion that you're going to be creative, make a real contribution once you have mastered the existing frontier of knowledge. But we all know that once you have mastered that, your chances of really thinking outside the box and so on, and in fact go down. And so one of the reasons we're trying to tap into the insights of the emerging generation, but is that consistent with the way we've structured our systems and so on? So a lot of, it seems to me that, and in Canada, we've been thinking a lot about these issues. You're obviously thinking about them here, and we're engaging internationally. We have work to do, I think, to bring up to date, as it were, our policy, practices, and so on, with the kind of conceptual epistemological learning that has really been sort of showcased during the past 2 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chad Gavild. And now we'll hear the perspective from the UK. Tim Bradshaw, Chief Executive of the Russell Group, and again, 24 research universities.
Thank you, and congratulations, LERU, on your 20th birthday, and it's lovely to be back in the city again. Last time I was here, it was all about social sciences, so maybe we should talk about that a bit later. Sorry, I don't have a speech. I have a list, because the theme was around the universities and resilience in society. And I thought, well, what are we actually being asked to do with our universities? So there are always three things that we're told we do. We teach, we do research, we do innovation. But we don't. We do so much more. And I was trying to keep track of everything that the speakers last night and today had said that our universities do, because I think it's becoming even more important, the wider mission of our universities. So as well as teaching, research and innovation, we engage with our communities. Certainly in the UK, we've become anchors for growth in our cities, towns and regions in which our big universities are located. Many of us are actually involved in regeneration projects. We're actually rebuilding chunks of the cities. We engage with community centres. We engage with hospitals. We're the lead partners with our main hospitals for developing new therapies, for dealing with mental health and all sorts of other things. And we take this for granted. We carry on. And it's a bit like one of those games where if you're in theatre school, it's a sort of yes and. You're developing a sort of a character picture that you then have to play out. And it's yes and, yes and, yes and. And we always say yes. And that's probably right that we do that. But maybe sometimes there's a line has to be drawn and we do have to focus down on the things that we are really good at. So we don't get too distracted on all those other things that we're being constantly asked to do, but without any more money to do that. There is one thing that I really wanted to sort of emphasize. I really liked the mayor of one of my cities in the UK said at one of these sort of meetings a few years ago that in the 17th, 18th century, the port in his city was the gateway to the world. It was the gateway to the world for ideas, for talent, for people flow, for new knowledge and information and spices and all sorts of other things to come in and out. And that had now been replaced by the research-intensive university in his city as being seen as the gateway to the world, the gateway to knowledge, talent, ideas, people flow. If somebody in the city needed, working in a business, needed a connection with someone else in another country, there was probably somebody at the university that knew something about it. Or if there was a challenge that they were facing, there was probably somebody in the university that would know something about it. So I think of all the things that we do, actually, I think that gateway to the rest of the world is the thing that was always really struck me as being the thing that we do differently and only we can do as research-intensive universities. The other thing that we do differently than that only we can do as research-intensive universities is solve the big problems, I think. We are increasingly going to be the ones who have to find the solutions to climate change, to cancer, obesity, the UN Sustainable Development Goals and all of the challenges that sit around those. Green technologies, what to do with AI, and that'll be not just science, but it'll be arts, humanities, and ethics, and all those sort of things that come in with that as well. So we are going to be the ones that have to provide those solutions. Now, the key to that is we can't do that alone. We can't do that alone as individual disciplines. We can't do that alone as individual universities. The key thing is collaboration, and for us, one of the key things is international collaboration. So I stand here today I was hoping that by today the UK would have associated to Horizon Europe. We aren't there yet. I'm afraid it is still mired in a political quagmire of wider, higher politics that we can't do a huge amount about. But if we can't associate, then I'm afraid that is going to be a second best solution. It will be poorer for the UK, it'll be poorer for the EU, because I think we work better together, and we're going to need to work better together if we want to tackle some of these big problems for the future. And just because I'm a sort of a bit of a numbers person, if you just think about it in terms of numbers, the UK is responsible for something like 3.5% of the OECD investment in R&D on 2019 figures. Mariana will probably correct me on that later, but and the EU around 27% of the OECD's investment in R&D. And only together can the UK, if the UK and the EU come together in terms of that funding power, do we get anywhere near close to what China is doing. And I think we should be working much more closely with our friends and colleagues in Europe. And I really hope that the politicians on both sides can understand the real value of that deep collaboration that we've had over many years, and what I hope will continue. So I have a plea for you, not a question to you. You don't have to think about an answer to this. A plea for you. If any of you have any connections with your own governments, with the European Commission and others, and can help get the UK association over the line in the next few months, next few weeks, even better, then please use your influence to try and make that happen. And if we can make that happen for the UK, then hopefully we can also make that happen for Switzerland in due course as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your plea. And last but not least, Jan Wupking from the U15, or the U15 from Germany.
Well, thank you, Tim, first of all, for your plea. We're going to work on that. Sorry, I just have to type in my password. And yes, there it is. So it's a great pleasure to be here. And first of all, many congratulations. And it's now the custom herzlichen Glückwunsch to LERU for 20 years in the business. That's quite something. My name is Jan Döpking. I'm Managing Director of German U15. That's 15 leading German universities, including all 3 German LERU members, Heidelberg, Freiburg, and Munich. And in my opening statement, I want to reflect a bit about the extraordinary times that we're currently experiencing. We are in what one could call a series of crises, actually a set of crises that are interlinking, that are reinforcing each other. And I just want to name the 3 big ones, the obvious ones. That's the war, the Russian war against Ukraine. That's the pandemic that we're just out of, though we don't know what will happen in autumn. And it's going to get better. It's a bit grim in the beginning, but it's going to get better until the end of my speech. So we have the war. I'm from Germany, after all. We have the war, we have the pandemic, and now we have inflation. That's 7% in Germany. And I think the times we're living in could be best described probably, and I know that's deeply ironic historically, with a quote that's ascribed to Lenin. And that quote is, "There are decades where nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen." And it certainly feels this way. So when we look at the topic of this conference, which is what can we do to foster resilience and sustainability of societies, I think we first have to ask ourselves how universities themselves can strengthen their resilience. Because if we're not resilient, then we can't add to the resilience of the society. So when the world changes fundamentally, universities, I think, must too. And they do, and they're pretty good at that. Because basically, we've been doing this forever. Universities are always changing semper reformandum. That's why they still exist. I guess most of the LERU universities are older than the states that are currently funding them. And based on that observation, I want to point to 3 trends, 3 things that universities are actually already reflecting on, and maybe still need to do a bit more reflecting. The first thing is that during these crises, starting with the pandemic, universities became experts in crisis management. Crises are not a temporary thing, but they are the new normal. Not one crisis after another, but crises interlinking, reinforcing each other. And when I look at our universities, the most striking thing I find is how they have turned crisis into things you just deal with. There are task forces, mechanisms, protocols, procedures, regulations, and this is what universities do, and we're really excellent at doing this. And this is also, so we become experts in crisis management, and we need to learn from each crisis for the next one. This is also true for politics, by the way. Just a few days ago, the German government introduced a permanent emergency mechanism into its federal support scheme for students, which was first designed on a temporary basis in the early months of COVID, and now they made it permanent. The second thing I want to think about is that universities, I think, need to think more geopolitically and act more geopolitical. We have to build up geopolitical knowledge and the skill set to navigate and maneuver in a super complex, crisis-led world. The war marks an end, probably, to what one could call a naive, maybe in a better phrasing would be an overly optimistic version of international cooperation. International cooperation is always good per se, it always leads to a better world. And I think it's not that easy to uphold that position anymore. So we need to develop the skill set to navigate in this world, where concepts such as systemic rivalry, strategic sovereignty are important. And the last thing is cooperation networks. That's always a good idea, but I think it's a vital idea in times of crisis. Crises are the times for forming alliances. We need to reimagine maybe the balance between competition and cooperation. Maybe we have to focus in these times a bit more on cooperation. And maybe these cooperations have to be value-based. I would argue that they need to be value-based. But there's a distinction between the value-basedness of corporations and the cooperation following political lines. And I think, Tim, what you just said, this is exactly what I have in mind, because if the unspeakable were to happen and the UK and Switzerland were not part of Horizon Europe anymore, still working on that, but if that were to happen, we still have to make it work. We still have to cooperate as fully and maybe as better even as we did. And that's even though the political lines don't follow our lines. So, form alliances. And when I was reflecting on LERU and the 20th birthday and what crisis and alliances have to do with each other, I found it striking that LERU is precisely such an alliance. And LERU was founded in 2002. And that was 1 year after the last major global political earthquake, which was the September 11 attacks. And I don't know if this is related in any way, but I find it striking that LERU was in 2002, just half a year, 1 year after this terrible event. And here you are, 20 years later, and we all see the value that LERU brings to the university and the academic world. And so this could be the model for strengthening alliances, new alliances after the recent events. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think we started with geopolitics and we ended with geopolitics. A little bit of funding issues there as well. What is excellence? What is science? We are a gateway, research universities, and help us back into Europe. And I think we are in a permanent crisis, as you said, right? Yeah, and that's why research universities are necessary, especially in crisis situations. I'd like to give the floor to you first, my lovely panel, to respond to each other. What did you hear from each other? Would you like to respond, maybe? Take it away. Yes, Tim.
Can I respond immediately to Jan? Thank you, Jan. The political reality of where the UK sits is difficult, but whatever happens, we're going to still want to collaborate with our friends in Europe and our friends around the world. You know, this is. We regret that we're in this situation. We will find ways around it. I suppose the challenge is making sure that there's the money that flows around that as well, so that we can support the development of people, we can support the development of knowledge, and the partnerships that we know we need to solve some of those big challenges. We just hope that the politicians can get their heads around the details of that, but we will always work together.
Yeah. Other comments on your opening statements?
Well, I'd just say I think Canada obviously is now engaging in terms of joining Horizon Europe, in terms of transatlantic collaboration. So this conversation is really a global one, and I know from a Horizon Europe perspective, I think back years now, there's been an attempt to develop, in fact, a global network. So, and to open that up in interesting ways, and there have been various initiatives and so on. And I think given the extent to which we all understand that we are living kind of local or domestic articulations of global issues, that we do in fact need to those horizontal connections around the world in order to come to grips with the world we face.
Mm-hmm. And how could that work, yeah?
I mean,
or maybe something else, yeah?
I just want to add that the physical reality of Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea are still also at stake, and especially that's the reason is the geographic location of our countries. So in the sense that we would love to work closely together with European like-minded universities, and also, of course, with Switzerland and the UK.
Yeah, and how can we make that practical? How could that work? Because you all are representatives of these groups. We have LERU here. How could that work, do you think?
One more little complication, I think, is
that... This was already a complicated question.
Well, I think it plays, because now increasingly we hear the notion of domestic kind of security, independence. Globalization that for quite a while has been touted as the great way forward and so on, all of a sudden now there's more and more talk about domestic self-sufficiency, the need to be able to exist and thrive. We had this obviously in terms of the distribution of vaccines, for example, and so on, and the inequality around the world. And so I think there's a really interesting thing where I think geopolitical leaders at some level can be now increasingly focused on their jurisdictions and perhaps get scared about research collaboration internationally, particularly with certain countries and so on. So I think this is really an interesting time in thinking about the great partnerships, but in a world in which globalization is all of a sudden being problematized very differently.
Yeah, so is maybe geopolitics and competition the biggest threat to building sustainable societies?
Can I add another problem?
Yeah, sure, keep them coming.
It's the clock speed of innovation, the clock speed of getting ideas out into commercialization or use. I mean, we did a fantastic job with COVID vaccines, really, really fantastic. But the challenge is that was obviously built on 10, 20, 30 years worth of research, and prior to that, the training of the people who were involved in the research along those things. So it's a really, really long history. And I think politicians now are expecting us to deliver things like that every sort of 6 months, every year. We give you money now, we expect an output, an impact within the political time frame. Yeah. And my impression is that in the UK and around the world, that is becoming more and more a prevalent thing. And there's less and less time, it was mentioned this morning, for people to stand back and think, to have the crazy ideas, to things which aren't going anywhere at the moment. So there's a time element to this as well. We're all under pressure to deliver on, say, green technology, the equivalent of the COVID vaccine, to solve the problems of climate change. And in some cases, we might be able to do things, but we also need the freedom, the space, the time to be able to form the collaborations and actually do the work that will make a difference. Yeah. And I think a little bit more patience from politicians around the world would also be helpful at this time.
Yeah. Although you probably also understand with climate change that we can't have patience, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Yes, Jan?
Let me try and put something on the solution side of this discussion. Picking up what Chad said about geopolitics, and in Europe we have this term strategic sovereignty, autonomy, and geopolitics can, if too narrowly defined, be an obstacle, I think, and can bring us down. But on the other hand, if we think in a good way geopolitically, it can also help our case. I mean, and that's the argument we're making for the UK and Switzerland to be associated. And Tim, you brought the numbers up. Only together we have a chance at competing with other systematic approaches to science and society. So that's not something we can do alone, and you can't do it on your own. So we have to work together. And so if geopolitics can be an obstacle, but can also be a way out of this and showing how valuable cooperation is.
Yeah. I'm going to open the floor for discussion. Raise your hand. We have people walking around with microphones. So, yes, over here. And also mention your name, please.
Thank you very much. Craig Nicholson from Research Europe. I actually wanted to return to the moderator's question of how, because we have, not only is Canada in formal talks to join Horizon Europe, but Japan has just opened informal talks to join Horizon Europe. So everyone on the stage kind of has a hope on the EU and these politically designed EU programs. But the EU can give and the EU can take away, as the UK has just found out. So how happy are you to be reliant on these politically designed EU programs, and how are you going to get around them in times when you have to, like now for the UK?
Thank you. Who wants to respond?
Well, it's the debate, I think, exactly about what do you need in terms of domestic self-sufficiency at some level? To what extent can you become dependent on and thrive from international collaboration? And I think that's one of the interesting kind of dilemmas for our geopolitical leaders now, because obviously for Canada to join Horizon Europe and become part of that, it has to be a budget item, and there's going to be a significant investment. And one of the things, of course, is in terms of voters thinking about that. We have the same kind of issue in terms of, we used to talk about brain gain, brain loss in terms of migration and scholars from students from outside the country and so on. And then we came with the great term brain circulation, and it was all good, and everyone, it was wonderful, and we didn't worry about that. But that's now being problematized again. And so it's a really interesting call in terms of how much do you rely on your jurisdiction, within your jurisdictional border, or do you engage, and what are the pros and cons there? And it's a question that is not simply scientific, it's one in which the societies must be engaged.
I don't know if that's I think the how, do you want it to be more concrete, or?
I mean, obviously you also have something to add there, I mean.
Who are you asking the question to?
Well, so, I mean, you know, there are networks like LERU, which involve UK and European universities, but should we foresee, or should you be working on something similar involving Japanese and Canadian universities? I mean, like, literally, how are you going to go away from this and work together better, if not through Horizon Europe?
Like a world LERU?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
We kind of have that anyway. So we all talk on a regular basis, and with our colleagues in Australia and the US.
Yeah.
And the how in terms of the sort of the framework program. I suppose for us, the key is the framework of that, about talent, about the sort of collaborative research, about the innovation, and being open to the bottom-up solutions and not being too deterministic top-down from the political leaders. There's always a temptation to be deterministic and top-down because they're the ones handing out the money on behalf of their tax-paying societies. But the solutions are going to primarily be driven bottom-up, and I think it needs to make sure that Horizon, however top-down it becomes in certain areas with missions, that there must be space for that bottom-up and for the ideas and thoughts and collaborations to happen on a more organic way, more organic basis.
Go ahead.
Yes. I mean, from outside of Europe, I think having EU together and having the organization like LERU help us greatly, because when we try to collaborate, we don't have to talk to each university, but we talk to LERU and other EU Commission, and we just exchange students overall. And we also participate in Erasmus program and other European program, and that really help us greatly to be connected with not only with certain universities in Europe, but with universities and all across Europe. So I think it's so important to have this kind of a collaborative framework for us, and also we have to do the same among not only in Japan but also with Australia, East Asian countries, and also Taiwan and South Korea as well, so that we can be very collaborative.
Yeah, so you mentioned before that you have Zoom meetings all the time together. And then are you sharing best practices this is how we're going to build resilient societies, this is how our research universities do that?
We do, and actually I think we met every six to 8 weeks during the pandemic, and we had quite regular meetings, and at least for me, these meetings were extremely helpful, sharing perspectives, sharing best practices, and it almost had a therapeutic function too. Hearing from other countries, hearing from around the world how they deal with the problems they're facing, seeing that the problems are structurally similar, especially in terms of geopolitical challenges, and we're all facing the same geopolitical challenges, and it's extremely helpful to talk to that, to talk about that with these colleagues.
Yeah. Moving on to the next question here in the front.
Thank you, Bernhard Eidel, Heidelberg University. So I'm wondering, I would like to hear a little bit more about your strategic approaches in Canada as well as in Japan, in UK and in Germany. I know about that. Because we live in times where unlimited globalization, and we heard the term over the last hours for several times, we live in times where unlimited globalization is gone. So my hypothesis is that we live in times of a new regionalization. Now, the global problems, the global challenges are global. Science and research are per se international, globally international. So how do you, in your countries, how do you handle the conflict between the new clash of civilizations, more or less Huntington? We all thought it's gone, it's an old old hypothesis, but perhaps something is true in it. How do you change your strategy in going global? Because it's really difficult, and I would.
What do you mean with that, with going global?
Yeah, I would end with we have a conflict. Our President Steinmeier, the former Minister for Foreign Affairs in Germany, about 15 years ago, he told us about Außenwissenschaftspolitik, so foreign science policy. And we were part of his strategy. Now that's gone in the moment. Now, on the one hand, we keep contact to Russia as universities because we have channels. They are not politically driven, closed. On the other side, we have more and more problems with respect to the legal framework, in the exchange of knowledge, exchange of individuals, and so on.
Yeah, so maybe how do you deal with not so like-minded universities?
How do you deal in your countries, in Canada as well as in Japan, with this conflict for research universities, with global links in particular?
Yes. Well, this is such an important question. It relates to, I think, my opening presentation. Because it seems to me one of the deep paradigm changes, the epistemological shifts, is coming to grips with the notion of now we have to try to reconcile and benefit from different knowledge systems. In the Canadian case, which is in fact a global case, and what we call indigenous knowledge. So one of the things that's really interesting is the extent to which in Canada now we're coming to grips with the fact that there are very different ways of viewing the natural environment, for example. And it's by interacting with sort of Western-based knowledge systems that we can, in fact, learn about environmental change, for example, learn much more in terms of dealing and understanding climate change in general. And so one of our issues now in terms of rather than seeing this as the clash necessarily of different knowledge systems that are, one is very wonderful and the other is words we used to use, primitive and so on. Now we understand, in fact, that is one of the problems in terms of our challenges and our attempts to come to grips with something like climate change. So, and then similarly, the expression best practices, and a global best practice on something. Now we know, in fact, that maybe a better way to think about that is promising practice that then has to have a local adaptation, a contextualized version of it that makes sense in that context. There's no cookie cutter that we could run around the world and say, oh, do this, do that, add that up, and you'll have the perfect society. And not that long ago, that was how we thought. Modernization theory was based on the notion that the world was all increasingly going to look like this. Families were going to look like this. Communities, a smart community, we know what it looks like. Now we know that that's, in fact, that undermines our efforts to really have a robust, thriving, global civilization that combines the richness of all that diversity across the planet, but also accepts that, in fact, we're all here together. And we have to try to benefit from each other rather than simply establishing a hierarchy of wonderfulness.
Yeah. So a much broader sense of knowledge and also of different communities. Yeah.
So even after invasion of the commencement of the invasion of Ukraine, I start to hear messages from my colleagues in Belarus and also from Russia and also from Ukraine. So it's so nice to have research colleagues in all over the place. So this is something that you refer to as internationalization, and we hear voices from all over the place. But at the same time, globally, we always now face challenges. How to talk to them when something, at least our leaders are thinking differently, and to really digest what to do, we feel that we all have to go back to basics. which is education. 50% of the Japanese population go to college, but still, when they actually watch YouTube too much in a way that the program that are so polarized to their preferences, then for them it is more and more difficult to digest what is rational and what is, for them it is becoming more and more look at things critically. So we really have to go back to the stage that we need to think about our education, and also we need to think about the way to talk to politicians so that we can really try to be collaborated at the global scale, at least among like-minded countries, but farther, possibly to those who think differently, but still we can be, we can make better worlds. So this is.
So you would say you still keep in contact with the not so like-minded countries?
Well, at the personal level, but we
Yeah.
have to be careful. But still, this is important.
Yeah. Maybe a last question or two last questions from the audience. Yes, in the back, and also mention your name, please.
Thank you. My name is Jos Fuik. I'm the parliamentary assistant of Mr. Christian Ehler, member of the European Parliament that spoke yesterday. I actually have a very simple question. As you also mentioned, the tension between the need for science collaboration globally and politics, geopolitics. What is the most important message that I should take back to my boss on how we can find the right balance in this?
Yeah. A short message to Christian Ehler, member of European Parliament. Yes. Well, good one.
Don't forget us.
Don't forget us, yeah.
No, I mean, seriously, I mean, I really hate to say this, but at least part of me thinks that we're on the brink of losing our ability to associate to Horizon Europe. And I say that advisedly because I think it needs to happen in the next couple of months. Because if it doesn't happen in the next couple of months, then the government has already said that it's put aside money to do alternatives, so it's already working up alternatives. They won't be perfect, but they will deliver them. But to deliver them in their budgeting time frame, they'll have to start operationalizing them in the autumn. So it's not a sort of a case of, yeah, we'll help keep you hanging on forever. We can't let our own scientists and social scientists down. We need to be able to support them. We'd like to be able to support them through Horizon Europe. That is our plan. That is plan A. That is what the government's plan A is as well. That's what our business minister told us this week. Yeah. But we can't wait forever. Okay. And it is getting serious. So I'd say we are on the brink. Now, if you're going to do anything, now is the time to help get that over the line, please.
Yeah. Other messages for Christian Ehler, member of European Parliament.
My suggestion would be to learn from the past 2 years. I think there's been, and certainly we can pat ourselves on the back in some respects for sure, but it's much more complicated than that. And I think by really trying to come to grips with how is it that we end up in a world that, as my colleague was saying, in terms of misinformation, expressions like alternate truths and so on, and the extent and how social media is being used and so on. So it seems to me that, yes, I think there are many examples of how science really did demonstrate its value, but at the same time, I think there are other aspects of that we have to learn because I think as the comment was made, this is going to repeat itself and we need to do better.
Okay.
I've learned, coming back to your question, that in politics it sometimes helps to repeat messages. So I would like to repeat Tim's plea again. The most important thing I think right now is making sure that the UK and Switzerland can associate to Horizon Europe. And I want to stress, it's not a UK issue, it's also an EU 27 issue. The UK loses, but we'll lose too severely if there's no association. So, and maybe the last thing, We've made the case 100,000 times that it makes sense from a scientific point of view, but I want to also say it makes sense from a geopolitical point of view. And that's maybe the message that you can deliver much better than we do, but it makes much sense from a geopolitical. It's the only sensible thing, the only smart thing to do from a geopolitical point of view. So that's my message.
Last message.
If the free world will join, then the universities of the free world must join as well.
Yeah. Last message.
Well, please keep Japan as one of your best friends.
Always a good idea.
We'll do our best.
Yeah. Maybe one last question for our panel. Yes. Also mention your name. And only one of them can answer due to the time. Yeah.
My name is Sylvia. I'm representing YERUN, the Young European Research University Network, and it's a stakeholder represented in Brussels, collaborating very much with LERU. So LERU, thank you very much for putting this event. And thank you for the panelists. I think you've been raising very important things. I take home this excessive pressure of politicians, but these politicians are also using very much metrics that we have that maybe are not diversified enough to really cope with how we understand quality in our society, but they're still driving very heavily investment in research that are clearly taking the importance from social sciences and humanities and other aspects. We are engaging at European level in the reform of research assessment. There are many European institutions involved in that and many organizations such as LERU are YERUN, CISAR as well presented in here. What can we do internationally to change also these metrics that we have and how we can act globally? Because in the end, if internationally we don't understand what excellence is and we don't accept it, we will not be able to progress. Yeah. So I will be very happy to have the...
Yeah, how do we change the metrics and the excellence? I think Chad already mentioned a lot. Someone else maybe? Or otherwise it's for Chad.
Good Chad.
Chad, it's your topic.
Well, I think in the short run, to take a look at the last 2 years. What are the implications of that in terms of what strategies and so on informed by science really helped and what didn't, and then kind of retro-engineer that in terms of, well, the metrics, would they have picked that up in the right way and so on?
How do you do it in Canada? Is it, I mean, it's of course an international system, but could you say we're doing it better or we're doing it terribly?
Well, I think we have work to do, as a question is being implied. I think we're getting better at it. But I think by really learning from the pandemic in terms of, as a case study of how science contributes to society, and then match that up against our metrics, and or our metrics picking up, in fact, aspects of that success and aspects that, in fact, didn't work out that well. And so I think there's a chance to benefit from the last 2 years.
Okay. I think we have to talk more about this during the entire day. But thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of my panelists, Kohei Ito, Chad Garfield, Tim Bradshaw, and Jan Wupking. Thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you. Well done.
And did somebody already mention that the UK should be in the horizon? Okay. Okay, so we have had a global and local perspective. That's also what I'm taking from this panel, that we have challenges on the global level, but also have to sort them out on the local level, and also look at what is excellence and diversify knowledge, broader look on knowledge. Now we will talk about necessary action in research, education, university governance, science, policy, society interfaces, and internationalization, setting the scene. You all know that a year ago, LERU adopted a statement. It's also in your bag, amongst many other things. A very important statement, and we have the main author here. He is senior researcher and the deputy director for research at the Global Studies Institute at the Université de Genève, DJ Wernli. And I would like to give the floor to you for your statement. And afterwards, of course, we have room for questions. So give him a warm hand.
Thank you. So my main point today is that a societal transformation toward improved resilience and sustainability cannot happen without a concomitant transformation of our knowledge system. And the most fundamental challenge is to implement the vision of the network university of the 21st century while retaining the advantages of what has made its success so far. So let me start by thanking LERU for inviting me to contribute to its 20th anniversary. When it comes to set the scene for the necessary action in research, education, university governance, science policy society interfaces, and internationalization, one should be humble. After all, universities are among the oldest social institutions in Europe. Even their modern form, with an emphasis on research, the provision of high-level education, the unity between research and teaching, equality in status for each discipline, and academic freedom were invented in the 18th century. The paradox of academic institutions is to be both places of innovations and socially conservative practices. Most universities are organized along disciplines which serve not only epistemic function, but also social, educational, and organizational ones. Much of what we know about the world comes from the application of the disciplinary lens, which emphasize a deeper and deeper understanding of the parts. So since Descartes and Newton, we have had 400 years of successful reductionist thinking in academia and beyond. So if it works, don't fix it, said the motto. Well, the 2016 LERU position paper on interdisciplinarity noted, while this model has been highly successful, the practice of research and teaching is evolving, not only because of the dynamics of knowledge, but also in the context of broader societal transformation driven by globalization and technological progress. The fundamental question is then how can our knowledge system further contribute to the transformation to resilience and sustainability that our society needs to achieve. So the context has already been discussed this morning, but I would like to emphasize several points as far as our knowledge system is concerned. My main point is that we may have entered an era that is different from the relative stability that we have experienced since the fall of the Berlin Wall or even the end of World War II. One can think of the global financial crisis of 2008 and more recently the COVID-19 pandemic. And now a war of aggression is happening in Europe and may result in yet another crisis, not only as regards the security architecture of Europe, but also through the disruption of food and energy system. The extent to which these events are related is an open question. What is sure is that there are shocks that rapidly spread across the world and can cause major disruption. In other words, there are systemic crises. Over the past years, it has become clear that building resilience to systemic crises requires extraordinary efforts, as our society stands largely unprepared to face them. This seems already alarming, but this is just a symptom of a wider problem. Global human development has reached unprecedented level according to indicators like life expectancy or the number or the proportion of children attending primary school worldwide. This is the optimistic view. However, we have achieved those progress at the price of widespread environmental degradation. Global environmental change is already making and will make life harder for us on the planet. As we cross planetary boundaries, the likelihood of reaching tipping points increases. The slowdown of the Gulf Stream or increasing drought in the Amazon might be symptoms of non-linear, difficult to predict, and irreversible processes of change. And this will obviously cause new or exacerbate existing social and economic issues. In sum, the way we live on planet Earth is not tenable. Hence, a transformation is necessary. And now comes the challenging part. As academics, we often blame politicians for the lack of action, but we should also question the role of our knowledge system in this situation. On the bright side, the unique skill set of disciplinary academic experts in all fields is vital for responding to pressing global challenges. Additively, they make research-intensive universities the most reliable source of knowledge. The work of universities in the discovery of new drugs and vaccines, the development of more efficient technologies for sustainable infrastructure are examples of the larger contribution of universities to build resilient and sustainable societies. Overall, research-intensive universities are the best equipped to define problems, shape productive exchange, and generate evidence for action. Yet I would carefully argue that there is also a darker side. First, the distinction between human and environmental development that I mentioned before has deep roots in the dichotomy between culture and nature. The lack of collaboration between the humanities and the natural sciences is an enduring issue for addressing our global challenges. Second, the organization of our knowledge system along disciplinary lines contribute to some blind spots that in turn impedes timely action. For example, the lack of understanding of the consequences of interdependencies associated with globalization reduces our capacity to address systemic risks that can result in dangerous cascading effects across societies. Third, science is good at measuring strong interaction, but many socially relevant phenomena are shaped by weaker interactions. In 1973, Mark Granovetter, an American sociologist, published The Strengths of Weak Ties, which demonstrated that those so-called weak ties matter a lot when it comes to work opportunities. Up until recently, there were limited capacities to measure those weak interactions in social networks. Fourth, modern economies are good at fostering efficiency. One can think about the importance of economics in the design of health system and health insurance. But we increasingly realize that maximization of efficiency often comes at the price of reduced redundancy or buffer capacities. This in turn reduces resilience to shock, as demonstrated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The same kind of tension exists between resilience and sustainability. 2 weeks ago, the CEO of Swiss agrochemical group Syngenta suggested to stop organic farming to help address the looming food crisis. Not everyone will agree this would be a good strategy over the long term. Fifth, and last, our inclination toward mechanistic thinking lead us to see phenomena in terms of static equilibrium where causes always have the same effect. By analogy with matter, which exists in gas, solid, and liquid states, biological and social processes often exhibit multiple and dynamic equilibria. The importance of some causal factors often depend on the state of the system. In other words, context matters. Overall, I'm afraid that the past dependency of our knowledge system makes that we are stuck in a civilizational trap. By that, I mean that our past successes and the resulting incentive that we created to foster more of those successes have locked the system in a certain state from which it is difficult to escape. But differently, the challenges of the 21st century require a complexity-based scientific framework that transcends the disciplines. And this scientific framework is in turn vital for building a nimble governance approach that combine consideration about the effectiveness, resilience, and sustainability of modern societies. So what to do about it? First, among other societal efforts, there are obviously places within universities that are developing new approach to knowledge. The second good news is that all the points that I raised are increasingly within reach of science, thanks to the quick and large access to information, the growing availability of data, computer power, and the growing ability of teams of researchers to work across disciplinary boundaries. So things are changing, but the question is the knowledge system changing quickly enough, given the rapidity of the challenges that we face? My sense is that we need to be proactive, and that moving forward in a wise way requires vision about science and how to govern it. A recent review conceptualized science as a complex, self-organizing network in constant co-evolution with society. I believe such vision can guide decisive action based on the design of the system rather than on controlling every process. So let me first start with research. In research, the core principle of academic freedom is the best driver of the capacity to address the diversity of current and future research needs associated with global challenges. However, I would argue that academic freedom is necessary, but not sufficient, as there is a large overrepresentation of certain groups in academia. Put simply, it is academic freedom and a diversity of people that increases our capacity to address global challenges. To balance the prominence of the disciplines in the production of knowledge, additional support to promote collaborative research across science can help tackle some important issues that are currently neglected. Let's take the example of resilience to shocks. We observe rapidly developing insights regarding economic resilience, health resilience, or the resilience of governance systems themselves. However, we lack an understanding of the interactions between forms of resilience in different areas. A multifaceted approach to resilience might be essential to create the highest impact for society. In education, academic institutions have a responsibility toward the future generation. As research-led educators, we are accountable for equipping young people with the knowledge and skill set needed to address the challenges of the 21st century. Innovative learning approaches that help students relate knowledge from different sources and disciplines are needed to foster capacities to address complex issues. Interdisciplinarity does not happen by magic, but should be cultivated. Learning pathways that include different formats, such as transversal courses and problem-based learning, and a balanced approach in the use of information and communication technologies and presential learning are the basis of a stimulating and inclusive learning environment. In university governance, strengthening the role of universities should be done in accordance with their core mandate, responsibilities, and principles. Addressing current and future pressing global challenges require more involvement of young people in university governance. Fostering their meaningful participation in governance related to education is challenging, but can be done by the creation of proper channels and processes. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic revealed the dire social situation of students and young scholars. This should be seized as an opportunity for research-intensive universities to strive for enhancing the well-being of the academic community while maintaining excellence in research and education. Finally, career is a central issue. LERU has repeatedly provided detailed guidance to support career based on a multi-dimensional assessment. And such assessment should also support interdisciplinarity, as disciplinary experts are usually not selected for their capacity to work across disciplines. Science policy society interfaces are essential for the creation and dissemination of high quality and actionable research. Research-intensive universities in Europe already contribute to the delivery of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, among many other issues. There is a potential to further collaboration between science and policy as an effective approach to produce decision-relevant research, foster mutual trust, and design output that enhance the effectiveness of policymaking. Under the right condition, processes for the co-production of knowledge provide a foundation for long-term partnership and impact. At a time when multilateralism is vacillating, science diplomacy is a promising approach to foster new paths for global cooperation for sustainable and resilient societies. Given global connectivity, efforts to build resilient and sustainable societies must be global. Sustainable internalization is an important issue. Universities should further develop global cooperation in education, research, and stakeholder engagement while limiting the environmental and social cost of such internationalization. The COVID-19 crisis has demonstrated how digital technologies can support new forms of online collaboration. In conclusion, the nature of our complex contemporary challenges requires us to think about the role of universities in the ongoing, multifaceted societal transformation. The most critical concern for Europe is to make this transformation possible within the framework of democracies, as a political system which articulates individual freedoms with the improvement of the life of many. My main point is that a societal transformation cannot happen without a concomitant transformation of our knowledge system. In other words, we should strive to build the social and intellectual capacities for the Anthropocene. And the most fundamental challenge is to be able to implement the vision of the network research-intensive universities of the 21st century while retaining the advantages of what has made its success so far. I believe there is no better place than LERU to reflect on these issues, and I look forward to productive exchange this afternoon. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I was wondering, you mentioned quite a lot complex challenges. Could you say, okay, there's one challenge that's maybe the easiest, that everyone here at the research universities working can start with tomorrow, and which one is the hardest? We need a perspective, you know.
Well, I think it's really difficult to identify the simple, complex challenges. By doing so, I think I would open a debate, but I think we have like intractable challenges like climate change. I work a lot on antimicrobial resistance, which is, it has not been so high in the agenda because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but this is something really, really complex to address because we use antibiotics in human health, but we use them in agriculture. So then we say, okay, we need to reduce the consumption and use of antibiotics in agriculture to protect human health. But when you do that, you start to realize that a lot of countries across the world are creating some subsidies to produce food, especially meat, by using antibiotics on a large scale. So whenever you start this, you open a box that is really, really difficult to address.
But there must be one thing where you say, like, why aren't we starting this? Why aren't we changing this tomorrow?
Why? well, we want to continue to live on this planet, I think. That's the driver, no?
Yeah, but I mean, with all the challenges you mentioned, I can imagine, and maybe I'm going to ask it to you as well, sometimes you're also frustrated, you know, something doesn't change within research universities. And is there something that you could say, we can do this tomorrow, we can change this tomorrow?
Well, there are many simple actions that we can start tomorrow, but I think what's going to make change is when we come with the vision and we implement things both from a top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. Mm-hmm. And this is now what many universities are trying to do, I believe. But I've no
simple actions.
I'm not the solution.
Okay, I'm just trying. I'm going to open the floor for questions. Or maybe simple action. Do you have a frustration? You're like, I want to change this tomorrow. Maybe, yes, in the front. Wait for the microphone. The microphone is coming here. I mean, like next Monday, we should change, right? We should start some changes in the research universities. Oh, yeah. Maybe first in the back, because you already asked the question. And then you as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, Meta here again. I just want to make a really small remark. Anyone can start tomorrow changing their behavior.
Yeah.
And changing the set of rules within your institution when it comes to sustainability, for example.
Yeah, you can do it yourself. Be the change. Yeah. What was your comment here in the front? Oh yeah, and then we have a question. Yeah. So.
I had no question. I just wanted to make a short comment, more optimistic than your question was already. There are lots of problems, but there are lots of people. So if everybody does something,
yeah,
then we all will do very much, and we can carry the chariot out of the mud.
Yeah, be the change and everybody be the change, right? Yeah, exactly. Here's a question in the front.
So good morning, or good afternoon already. Veronika Ancha-Frankova, I'm from United Nations Environment Programme, so don't let me go on, because this is our topic.
Yeah. And you'll have the floor later on. Right?
Yes, indeed. Yeah. But just to comment quickly first, congratulations to this fantastic speech, and there's nothing to add to that. And as it was already mentioned, one of the key drivers is unsustainable consumption and production. So there I would very much confirm what was already said, that individual actions can make huge difference. Individual actions from us, ourselves, of course, governments, stakeholders, academic institutions, business, everybody. So thank you.
Yeah. Maybe also in the panel, it was mentioned that we have a lot of knowledge, and sometimes the time is ticking. The policymakers say like, oh, you scientists, it takes so long. But of course, we already have this great amount of knowledge. So shouldn't we use it better public communication? Is that also an action we could take?
Yes, I think public communication is part of the strategy, but I think the model where we produce evidence and expect policymakers to use it has some limits, and engagement for a long time, mutual trust can really help to create channel of communication, and it's a long-term vision, I think.
Yeah, there's so much knowledge already, right? We should bring it to policymakers. Yes, questions from you? Yes, over there.
Thank you very much. I'm Jadranka Vozdanovic, University of Heidelberg. Just a very brief remark about multidisciplinarity. We all very much agree with what you said, and congratulations on your talk. I think it is important to stress that we need a reflected multidisciplinarity, and this reflection involves the different perspectives. The different scientific perspectives, cultural perspectives, also social perspectives. And this is this reflection which we need for multidisciplinarity. Mm-hmm. So that we really, in a meaningful way, combine the disciplines that will benefit the society. This was implicit in your talk, and I thought it might be good to stress it. Yeah. Thank you.
Do you agree on that?
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I think It's all about also knowing the epistemology and a broad interest for science. And surprisingly, when you start to teach this at the bachelor or even at the master level, students are really interested in understanding the difference in the way we frame knowledge and the different way of social, of the different communities, etc.
Yeah, also like was mentioned in the panel as well, right? Yeah. Other questions over there.
Hi, Gregor Majdic from University of Ljubljana. I would just like to make additional comment that we also have to keep in mind that we have to address the real questions. Sometimes we are looking at the solutions that might not be the solutions. For example, with sustainability electric cars, as long as we are getting the electricity from the thermal power plant, this is not a solution. It's just switching into different location, the pollution. And you just mentioned antibiotic resistance. I believe there were several studies in recent years that showed that agriculture is not such a big problem. That main problem resistance is human abuse of the antibiotics. So I think we also, I'm not really expert, I come from veterinary medicine, but I'm not really expert in this field, but I follow the field. And so I think that's very important that we also address the real questions and try to find the real solutions.
Well, I don't want to open the debate between
let's
agriculture
not go into
and
that
health.
discussion.
That's something we should avoid.
But do you recognize that it's all about maybe also helping policymakers with asking the right questions?
It's difficult to assess the connectivity, interdependencies between sectors. This is something that we need to get better at, I think.
Okay. Maybe a last question from the audience. Yes. Over there is a microphone. Yeah.
Excuse me. Hi, I'm Linda Doyle from Trinity College. You were speaking a lot about the equality of status of different disciplines, which is something I really believe in. But I think we see no evidence of that in reality. And I think we can sit here and talk about that, and then we can look at Horizon Europe program and say that it does the exact opposite. So if you look at a lot of disciplines that have no equality of status, you could also ask a very hard question by saying, actually putting more money into them, you might actually get a bigger bang for your buck as well. And to me, I still think there's a lot of kind of very false conversation about that. And, you know, it's not really being taken seriously. It's just something that we say because it makes us feel good. So that's my perspective of how it's wrapped up in Horizon Europe. I don't know whether you agree or disagree.
You want numbers in the statement, like 50-50.
Well, yeah, I mean, equality doesn't mean the same amount of money, is it? But the status, this is what you said, equality of the status of the disciplines, and it simply does not exist. Nationally in countries and certainly from a Horizon Europe perspective. And it is one of the most brilliant things I think Europe could really do and make a difference about.
Yeah.
I disagree.
No, I agree that this equality on status is part of the vision that on the unburdened university, but is not always realized. And I really think that the social sciences and humanities are to be much more involved and recognized if we want to make change for sustainable and resilient societies. So this is no more in support of natural sciences. It's really about building things together, but that's really challenging in practice.
I don't know whether you're familiar with the phrase like the smuggled or the hidden curriculum. And I think an awful lot of the time when it comes to some of the interdisciplinary things, you have to smuggle them in or hide them behind other things. Like, for example, I find it very tiring that we talk about outreach as a way to kind of bring in other disciplines and talking to the public, which of course is important, but they should be important in and of themselves and not for that end aim. So I suppose I'm just agreeing with you, but thinking
so
that
actually
we could do more.
you want it to be more clear in the statement, but when that doesn't work, just smuggle it in.
Well, that's what I end up doing because there isn't a choice.
Okay.
But I think we shouldn't have to smuggle it in. It should be.
Yeah, it should be the statement. Yes. Okay. Thank you for your question. Thank you very much, Didier Wernley. Give him a warm applause. And if you are a fan of action, which maybe you already noticed I am, the entire afternoon revolves around action. So we're going to take a lot of action in different fields, education, research, and so on. But first, of course, you deserve lunch. So enjoy the lunch, talk about action already, and see you back in an hour. Welcome back. Please take your seats for the afternoon program. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, maybe discussed about everything you heard this morning. Maybe you have brilliant new ideas that you want to share with us this afternoon. We're going to talk action, as I earlier said, and we'll start with action in research. So please take your seats. And oh yeah, maybe good to say, sometimes I heard a telephone this morning, a phone ringing. Maybe we can make sure they're on quiet. Yeah, that would be brilliant. So good to have you back. We're going to talk about action in research first, a multifaceted approach. So actually, how can we make sure that we have research that has an impact on society? And make sure that we have research that we can deal with the many challenges, the global challenges we are facing. And we also talked about that earlier today, of course. How are we going to do that? We will have a keynote presentation first by Mariana Mazzucato. And she's professor in the economics of innovation and public value at the University College of London. And unfortunately, she couldn't be here today. And she's also flying right now somewhere. So she thought, I'm going to send you a wonderful video with my keynote presentation. And afterwards, I'm going to introduce the respondents. So first, we're going to look at the video and her message. Pay attention. And then afterwards, we have 3 respondents who will respond to the keynote speech. Is it all clear? OK, enjoy the speech by Mariana Mazzucato.
Hello, I am Mariana Mazzucato. I am a professor at University College London, where I direct the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose. And actually, that concept of public purpose is really going to be at the heart of what I'll be talking about at your great conference on the role of academic institutions in building resilient and sustainable societies. I don't think we can actually build sustainable societies without a sense of the common good, without a sense of public purpose. And this is one of the reasons that I've spent the last years also trying to convince governments, but also transnational organizations like the European Union, to really put the notion of challenge-oriented thinking at the center of how we design policies, whether it's innovation policy, whether it's industrial strategy, but also the tools for that, procurement, outcomes-driven procurement. What are we actually trying to achieve? What does Build Back Better mean? What does it mean to try to use the full power of our public sector institutions, of our private sector institutions, of our civil society institutions and their interrelationships to drive our system so it actually achieves really important goals around smart growth, which is, of course, innovation-led growth, sustainable growth, and equitable, just growth. To do that, we need to come together in ways that I think we are not. I think the concept that Pope Francis often uses of the common good is a very deep concept, which, in economics, we actually don't really have. In economics, we talk about the public good, but often that's just an area that is expected to be filled, a gap that's filled because someone in the private sector is not investing enough in a public good area which has strong positive externalities. So we've kind of gotten stuck thinking that even the role of basic research and development needs to be funded by public institutions in universities or different types of public funds in order to fill that missing, that gap. And I think it's really getting away from this gap-filling mode, or as economists would talk about it in terms of a market failure fixing mode that is required for the common good. The common good means working together towards an objective. It means fostering collective intelligence between different types of actors in society, universities, private actors against civil society actors, but even within the public sector, all sorts of different actors, whether they be innovation agencies or, say, welfare state institutions, and in the private sector as well. There's very different types of private sector institutions, small, large, some are old, some are new, and some have very specific sectoral specificities. Anyway, so what does it mean to replace this idea of the public good as filling the gap of something someone hasn't done enough of towards a common good which focuses on this idea of collaboration, collective intelligence, and partnership, and designing that partnership and that idea of an ecosystem, a symbiotic and mutualistic ecosystem at the center of the design of these institutions themselves in terms of how they work together. And this is really why I worked for a long time on this concept of missions, which I don't want to speak about too much because I've done enough of that for the last 10 years, but just to kind of maybe begin there and then move further down in order to address the point of this conference. The reason I found missions a very radical tool was that too often we get stuck just at the challenge level. We might talk about smart, inclusive, sustainable growth, but then we don't have an investment pathway, an innovation pathway in order to get there, in order to achieve concrete goals. So, you know, going to the moon and back in a short amount of time, which was the Apollo program's mission 51 years ago, was not just about, you know, talking about beating the Russians or the Sputnik moment. It was a very clear goal that you could actually answer yes or no, did we achieve it? That's the first really important thing. If we want to collaborate together, how do we know if we're moving in the right direction? How do we know if we are along the way getting completely off track? And maybe actually getting off track is fine, right? We need serendipity, trial and error, but we of course need to have a direction of travel. And having these kind of concrete missions that form all sorts of different homework problems along the way is a useful way as a focusing device for collaboration, but especially in that intersectoral way. Again, going to the moon and back was not just about aerospace, there was nutrition, materials, electronics. The whole software industry could be seen as an outcome in some way of one of the biggest homework problems they had along the way. And of course, this is just as true with climate change. It's not just about renewable energy. It's not just an energy problem. It's also about what we eat, the materials we use to construct, what we even mean by sustainable mobility systems. So that kind of intersectoral and really kind of wider idea of what we're trying to do that can involve as many different actors as possible while also having really concrete targets is a key aspect of a mission-oriented approach, but also then designing the tools, whether it be grants, including research grants, loans from public banks, procurement contracts, but also the design of intellectual property rights to really be designed in such a way that doesn't block interaction, that doesn't lead to extraction or rent seeking, but really galvanizes as much bottom-up experimentation as possible by as many different actors. And this is why I was fascinated that in order to get to the moon, they had to actually completely redesign procurement policy, which was very static and not actually fostering that catalytic effect of solving a lot of these bottom-up homework problems along the way. So that was something they had to change. They also had to change the organizational structure of NASA, which was very siloed, each department working in its little world. Think of the European Commission, think of the United Nations, all these different departments not really interacting. Well, NASA realized early on, because it was so serious about its mission, that it had to redesign its own organizational structure to become a creative bureaucracy. This was actually on the back of the Apollo 1 fire, where one of the astronauts, Gus Grissom, yelled on that fatal day where the 3 astronauts died. He said, how the hell are we going to get to the moon if we can't even talk between 2 or 3 buildings? Because they couldn't hear what was being said in Mission Control Room. So that kind of interdepartmental, all of government approach, but also intersectoral, as many different sectors in the business community as possible, but also that kind of public-private interaction that is so required. 400,000 people worked on getting to the moon. Well, that's, just as many need to be working together to get the plastic out of the ocean, to reduce the digital divide, which of course was huge during COVID-19, where so many young students globally stopped having access to their human right to education because they were locked down in homes with very poor digital capacity. So, these are really just my opening statements, and I would just like to say that in order to think about the role of universities in the 21st, 22nd century, in order to think about how they can really lead to more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable societies, we need to really focus on this concept of the common good and this concept of fostering collective intelligence in mutualistic, symbiotic ecosystems. And you know, there's so much ideology still out there. You know, I get a lot of pushback for what I say because people think I'm just romanticizing the state or it's all about top down. It's actually the opposite of that. It's about getting proper partnership between public and private, and not about top down, but actually having a clear direction of travel, but a very open system on the how. And I think actually defining in the most ambitious way that direction of travel is one of the first things that universities really need to see as their role. Just think of the healthcare sector or the health area, health innovation. There's no lack of kind of, you know, public sector, university, research and development money. There's no lack of kind of private sector money. There's large companies in the pharmaceutical industry. There's small biotech companies. There's big university labs, small university labs, large funding schemes like in the United States, the National Institutes of Health, which put in every year $40 billion of investment into health innovation. But this ecosystem, first of all, it's not as symbiotic as it should be. The prices of drugs do not reflect that collective process of investment and value creation. We unfortunately have a value-based pricing formula that doesn't reflect collective value creation. It really actually allows prices of drugs to go to whatever the market will bear, which then needs to get subsidized by welfare state. So really the taxpayer is paying kind of 2 or 3 different times. But also the definition of what we even mean by health has become overly pharmaceuticalized. So I think one of the really important role of academics is to constantly expand even what we're talking about in terms of the landscape. How do we define sustainability? How do we define health in the widest way possible? So it includes just as much prevention as it does, you know, all the different types of therapeutics, of course, that are required. If you look at the actual, again, funding within National Institutes of Health funding in the US, which then does get nested within different universities, they haven't really seen it as their remit to help expand the frontier of how we even define that particular landscape of health. And I do think this is first, you know, something I want to say that is really one of the first things I think universities should do, academics should do, which is to be as imaginative as possible when we talk about what it is that we're even trying to achieve. And in a sector, whether it's sustainability and energy systems, whether it's health and health systems, to really be bringing critical voices and voices that expand our ability to work together in the most imaginative way possible. And that means not taking as given, as static, as deterministic the area or the so-called market that we think these investments are going into. Second, we know that, for example, we require both basic research and applied research. There's often a lot of ideology there too. These are often seen as 2 very distinct domains. And academics are the first to want to, rightly so, protect their freedom, the so-called Haldane principle, in terms of really to go after that kind of blue sky science, basic R&D. And of course that's needed. And many countries aren't funding enough basic research and development, whether it's through their universities or other types of pots of funding. But really what universities also can do, besides argue for more research funding, is to create those dynamic places where the feedback process between basic research and applied research happens. We know that the feedback can occur, you know, in different directions. Sometimes the work actually begins in terms of really high principles and blue sky thinking and then finds its way to applied areas, but it has actually often gone the other way. So finding and nurturing places which in a structured way nurture that feedback process, those safe places to actually nurture serendipity. The search for one thing leads to the discovery of something else. So these nonlinear processes, that's very important. Also, universities, of course, are very important to bring that kind of intersectoral, interdisciplinary thinking around these problems. I personally found it incredibly useful when we in the UK had our Grand Challenge research funding schemes from the government. it actually forced us to be working outside of our networks. I found myself working with doctors, with artists, and so really taking that idea of challenge orientation and mission orientation in terms of the design of the funding systems themselves to really put us outside of our safe networks. You know, the key issue here is additionality, helping us do things we wouldn't have done otherwise, collaborate with those actors in our system that we wouldn't have otherwise interacted with. I found myself, for example, interacting with artists like Brian Eno, who in our work actually on industrial strategy kept saying, why do you guys always think that the point is to get from point A to point B in a quicker way? What if actually it's also meant to experience, you know, the process from point A to point B in a different way? So that experiential process, which also the artist Oliver Eliasson often talks about. And so, you know, the welcoming, I think, of the humanities in these processes are so important precisely in order to put us outside of our kind of safe little existing networks and really force us to look up at the sky and to reimagine what we even mean by the good life. And, you know, if we think about some of the missions that also Europe is focusing on, but really it's a global mission of a plastic-free ocean, I've been very struck by how that particular idea of getting the plastic out of the ocean in a short amount of time not only requires lots of basic research and applied research, but also requires a lot of citizen engagement, and how it was really, in some ways, a documentary made by David Attenborough, Blue Planet, that last episode that showed all these, you know, sharks and dolphins and fish choking on plastic, which widened the imagination, that got people interested. Every child I know knows about the problem of plastic in the ocean because of that product, which is a creative arts product, a documentary. But think of, you know, the theater sector, the creative sector more widely, how important it is to help us stretch our imagination of redefining, you know, what the good life is, what it means to target inclusive, sustainable, resilient societies, and that again means bringing the humanities, the social sciences, of course the natural sciences, and the STEM subjects, which we also perhaps sometimes obsess about too much because we require all of those different sciences to work together. Well, the arts is a very nice glue for that. The other issue, and I know my time is almost up, is of course critical thinking. I think universities are absolutely critical for helping us be scholars and citizens who constantly question. We know this is so true if we think of what's happened recently with the anti-vax movement, but also, of course, with climate change. If I see what happened with Brexit in the UK, where, you know, so much polarization, but also, let's be honest, a lot of ignorance. Many people just didn't even know what the European Union was. It was the most Googled word after the Brexit vote, but we can't be condescending about that. That really, again, means citizen engagement, but also building critical thinking skills through our educational curriculum. And I often say we need more philosophy. You know, you can learn coding on the job. You can't really learn philosophy on the job, but really stretching what we even mean by philosophy. So decolonizing the curriculum. So it's not just a lot of stale white males that we're studying, but also that wider group of thinkers that have been so important in the history, in history. And lastly, because I don't want to repeat too much what's already in the LERU statement on this, which was absolutely eloquent, but maybe I'll just finish with saying that the university itself, just like I mentioned, NASA had to rethink its own structure if it wanted to be purpose-oriented, and had to really foster that interdepartmental flow of information across the different areas. That's, you know, just as true for universities in terms of their own bureaucracy, and really taking seriously this idea of multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity is important, but also something that I've found quite frustrating in my own experience in the university is this false dichotomy between kind of professional services and academics. You know, so secretaries are so important. University administrators, very important. Of course, the chancellors that are there at LERU are extremely important. But instead of seeing this divide between academics, researchers, and these other jobs, we should think about it more in terms of, again, in that mission-oriented approach of an outcomes orientation. if there's different goals that we're trying to achieve within the university, we need to build the most dynamic teams which have to go across those different areas. So for example, communications and dissemination shouldn't just happen at the end of a project. We should be bringing those people hired in universities to think about communication, dissemination, engagement into the projects from the start. But also the secretarial staff, you know, and I don't say this in a light way, but that famous story where the janitor in NASA who was asked what he was doing said, I'm also getting a man on the moon. It was true, he was. Everyone is important. And so really breaking down these silos within our university bureaucracies, which personally I find incredibly stifling and often depressing. I think that's just as important as these other issues I've just mentioned. So thank you so much. Again, huge apologies. I cannot be there today. I'm off to help co-chair a new review. The first review was on climate with Nick Stern. The second one was on biodiversity. This third one, which we will be announcing next week in Davos, but we're preparing over the weekend, is on water. And there's no area like water that's going to require everything I just talked about, beginning, of course, with really going after this concept of the common good. Water as the common good requires everyone thinking about this together in a dynamic way and in a way that is really full of public purpose. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I guess a very clear statement that we have to be mission-driven, and I think we all want to go to the moon together. So let's find out how. And also very interesting, of course, to hear that we need the arts as well, and the humanities and the social sciences, and many other things. But I'm not the respondent, but I'm going to introduce the respondents. First, the ones that are here in the room. You can come to the front. Apostolia Karamali, head of unit for research actors and research careers of the European Commission. Oh, you can sit first, because we have online as well. You could take a seat. And Hanneke Hulst, professor in neuropsychology in health and disease at University of Leiden and member of the Young Academy, and also working on the National Task Force for the new recognition and reward system. And I hope we have him already on Zoom. I'm looking at the technicians. Is he there already? Alexandre Affre, Deputy Director General responsible for the Industrial Affairs Entrepreneurship at Business Europe. And this organization speaks for national employers and industrial federations across 35 European countries on all business issues dealt with by the European Union. And hi, can you hear me, Alexander?
I hear you well.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
I thought I'd give you the floor first, and then we'll have the panel discussion, or the respondents, I'm sorry, that are present here. Okay?
Perfect.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And first of all, very grateful for the invitation to the event today and for the possibility to join, unfortunately virtual, but really happy to take part in the event today. So, yeah, as you said, Business Europe is the main cross-business European organization, and I'm really happy to share some reactions on the statement by Professor Mazzucato. She has been saying a lot, so I'm going to focus on a few points. I think the first one I would like to outline is, I think the fact that companies have shareholders doesn't mean that they don't operate for the common good. You all know very well we are not operating in a vacuum. We are in a very, and sometimes too much, but overall strong regulatory environment, subject to regulations, subject to different policies. And they are defining to a large extent, or in principle, the common good. So I think that's one first element. The second one is, I think I found a bit maybe too simplistic to make a distinction between public and private good. It gives a bit the impression that they are the two in contradiction. And I think the reality is a bit more complex. Of course, this is up for discussion, but I do think the reality is a bit more complex. And so, because sometimes you have antagonist common goods. If I take, I think it has been mentioned by Professor Matsukato about renewables. I don't know if some of you heard about an ongoing discussion at European level about go-to areas. So they are basically predefined, privileged sites for renewables implantations. And the objective of these go-to areas, this is very much to speed up the process deploying renewables, wind, offshore, onshore, but other renewable technologies. But it can be at the expense of some, not all, but some public consultation. And if I think about an example like this one, I think it put the question about what is, or which common good is more important. Is it to speed up the energy transition and the deployment of renewable, or is it the citizen involvement? So again, this is one example to illustrate the more complex and sometimes kind of antagonist ways of defining common goods. So I think that's, for me, a good element to have in mind in this debate and a first reaction. Maybe to say as well that as European companies, which we represent, they are, we believe, very much attached to the common good. And here as well, an example is if you look at patents in European inventions, we are in Europe global leaders of these high value patents. And for instance, close to 90% of patents when it comes to green technologies, green inventions are in Europe and are produced by the private sector. So I think it's an illustration as well of the strong engagement by companies, by the private sectors as well for the common good. So I hope you see what I mean. For me, all in all, I think she maybe has a bit more too pessimistic view on this. But definitely very, very interesting what she was saying. And I think she was, of course, as well, highlighting a number of highly relevant points and very true points. To innovate, we need much more multi-sectorial, intersectorial discussions. I think this is absolutely key, and I very much agree with her on this. The moments or the time where engineers were talking to engineers, where the archaeologists were spending all the time between libraries and on-site, I think is definitely over. And those who are maybe still doing this, I think there is a big question mark about their potentially or their impact. So it's clear, and she was underlining this as well, the complexity of the challenges we are facing now, climate change, aging population, requires such a level of technologies, and this can happen only with very strong intersectorial discussions and multi-stakeholder engagement. And this is what we have been advocating for years now as Business Europe.
Final words?
We need more, sorry?
I was asking for
last
words.
So we need to do this much more. And I think this is also something we have to apply to ourselves. There is a lot of interaction on the ground. I think sometime in Brussels, and it's, again, critique maybe to ourselves, European-based or Brussels-based associations, maybe we need to engage more in discussions and avoid the very basic distinction between basic and applied research. So I think I'll leave it there. A couple of more points, but happy to come back during the panel.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then I would like to give the floor to Apostolia Karamali.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me well. I'm very privileged to join my voice in congratulating LERU for its 20th anniversary, and also that this event occurs here in Leiden, emblematic, not only for the story of LERU, but also as a city for science, culture, and openness in general. I will build on the political message of Commissioner Gabriel and respond to Professor Mazzucato at the same time by focusing on three points: adapting our direction of travel, how we empower universities as institutions, rethinking their own governance, and developing talent. Taking, of course, into account all the important points on policy, governance, and investment, all the ongoing strategies that have been proposed and also discussed with member states and stakeholders alike: European research area, education area, strategy for university, skills agenda, just to mention a few. So first of all, Professor Mazzucato was saying we need to redefine our direction of talent in the most ambitious ways, and the universities are best placed to do that. Indeed, I think we can all agree, and I would like to comment this by identifying and recapping on some trends and also some methods that are currently under discussion. Which are the trends? The most important one is that the pursuit of scientific excellence remains at the backbone of what we're trying to do. And this has been extensively discussed yesterday and today. However, at the same time, we are in a pathway of redefining what excellence means. The whole discussion about the reform of assessment and excellence is very important in identifying all the multiple facets of excellence and going towards a new paradigm. The second, of course, point, needless to repeat again, are the transitions that we need to undergo, and science will be an enabler to develop the necessary deep tech skills, adaptation, social adaptation, and so on. Another important trend is the role of the universities in the broader ecosystems, innovation ecosystems, cooperation with industry in the most operational way, but also to drive necessary change. And finally, the dynamic engagement with society. And here in Leiden, I think this point is extremely important. We had a fantastic presentation this morning about this year-long initiative from Leiden, and with a very creative team on how we can engage with society with many, many examples and year-long activities. What about methods? Professor Mazzucato was speaking about feedback loops. And we can see the feedback loops at different levels. First of all, sharing practices, joining forces between universities. And this is what you're trying to do within LERU, with C7, in the European University Alliances, trying all sorts of collaborations to learn from each other, and also internationally, very important. Secondly, breaking down silos when it comes to science and research in trying to identify, while preserving the importance of disciplinary excellence, identify interdisciplinary objectives and joining forces. And missions, of course, is a tool towards this direction. We also have the feedback loop between applied research and basic research, from demonstration to exploitation and so on. And finally, we talk about a feedback loop with people that we need to offer, I will borrow a term from a previous speaker, space-time to creative minds. And this brings me to my last point on these trends and adaptation, which is about how to enable this critical thinking. And here I feel obliged to briefly recall the importance of all the ongoing discussion on academic freedom in order to enable this critical thinking. Second point to react is about the university transition. How actually Professor Mazzucato was inviting universities to rethink about their own structure. So indeed, there is a lot of discussion about a transition that can come to universities as institutions in their own governance in order to adapt. And here, from the European Union perspective, as Commissioner was explaining today, we come with a European strategy for universities with a sincere strive for these dynamic feedback loops between education, higher education, research innovation, and how this can be applied at different levels for people, institutions, processes alike, and funding, of course. With 4 important objectives: to reinforce cooperation, to develop an investment pathway that can enable this cooperation, bring universities to the fore as lighthouses of our European way of life, the transitions, of course, and the global leadership. However, I would like to highlight one important aspect of this strategy, which stems specifically from the European research area and all the actions that we are currently rolling out, which is about promoting excellence and building a European excellence initiative on the basis of extremely good examples that we see at national level. So this, of course, will bring some change. And I go to my very last point, which is about people. Professor Mazzucato was talking about removing dichotomy between academics and research professionals, and therefore, while it is important to pay a lot of attention to young researchers, of course, we are at the European Year of the Youth, we need to prepare the next generation. I need not repeat this. Equally important is to have a broad European framework for research careers. Putting down to action what we have been doing by practice. What is the research profession? Which is the career diversification which is recognized in Europe and internationally? What are the rules for recruitment, career progression, career development within academia and beyond? How do we ensure interoperability and comparability of research careers between academia and business so that we can have a more dynamic flow? How do we create scale by promoting mobility, intersectoral, brain circulation aspects, brain gain, skilling? How do we support a marketplace for researchers, matchmaking with employers, and promoting the opportunities that they have in the European labor markets? And I close, if you allow me. I started with LERU and Leiden, and I would like to finish with Leiden and LERU. So a very important feature of the European Science in the City is the EU Talenton, so a completely new contest for young talent with very creative ideas that come from Leiden on how to matchmake and start a new process. It's completely new. And so there is the contest, the call for the contest is now open, and I would like to invite you through your universities to promote this with researchers. Thank you.
Talenton, yeah. And last but not least, Hanneke Hulst, who has a lot of experience in thinking about recognition and reward systems and how we can maybe improve that. Hanneke Hulst.
Yes, I'm already very happy to hear that there were discussions on excellence, and I have to say I missed everything because I just came back from Bordeaux. And I would like to thank LERU for being here and represent the young researcher. And I figured perhaps I'll start with my own experience of being part of a large consortium and what it actually brings you as a researcher to work interdisciplinary. It brings you a lot of joy, it brings you a lot of enrichment. I really felt that our research ideas, we were with 21 researchers, we were with pharmaceutical companies, we were with patient organizations, we were with a sports school chain that's actually participating in our project. And while we all have these different perspectives, we really came together and we made the best out of it. And really, we all feel that we can make 1 and 1 3. So that's the bright side of it. So we're all energized, we're working on this, but it took us 3 years to get there. It was a lot of talking. We didn't understand each other at all. I didn't understand the sports school, who has a commercial interest. I didn't understand I did understand the clinicians, but they had a totally different aim that I had as a scientist. And then I figured, what made this group of people continue to do this for 3 years in a row before we became successful in obtaining research funding. And I think it's the spark that we shared with each other. Because it was not that my environment was always happy that I spent so much time talking. For example, a primary outcome measure of a large study trial, it took us a day to go from one idea to the next to the other and to end the day with the first idea. And then you can wonder, was it worth talking a day, ending up with where you started with? But it was necessary. It was necessary to get aligned with each other. And I think if I'm looking from the university perspective, what we need as scientists or as community to do these kind of interdisciplinary projects is time to think, time to flourish, time to enrich ourselves. And I think looking back on how we were recognized and rewarded as individual scientists, because I think that's where it actually all comes together, doing interdisciplinary work is teamwork, and it's not an individual effort. But as a scientist, you're still usually recognized and rewarded on an individual level. It's about your own publications, it's about your own research funding, and your own thing. So I think getting time and letting go of the individualistic part, but looking more at the team and what you can achieve with the team is very much where we need to go through. And that needs to change, first of all, from scientists, because I have asked myself several times in these 3 years, am I doing the right thing to get my research career on track? Perhaps I'm making a mistake, maybe I lose 3 years. But I didn't, and I think that's because I followed the spark in my own ideas and the spark of the team. But at the same time, I think if we can make the university a place where enrichment and where working together is more prominent than it is today, we can make more people experience this, because I really wish for a lot of people to have this experience that you can make 1 and 1 is 3. But I also think that the scientists need to change their attitude. The people that actually look at the scientists like who is excellent and who isn't excellent need to change a little bit on how they feel. And I think we have to make sure that on this journey we also involve all the stakeholders outside universities and outside the academia, because I think that is really the strength, and that's what I really, really liked about the talk from, I forgot her name, oh, this is embarrassing, Matsukato, that I think it's really about your mission and your vision. Where are you going through? Who do you need on your journey to get there? And then do that all together with that spark. And I think that's what I hope that the university and all the people in academia can work on together, and that we can come up with a framework that's different from how it was. And that's, I think, a process that we are already making great steps towards. But I really hope that we, especially with LERU, that we can make more steps and that we can actually tackle all these complex issues, because I think the time that we did it on our own, that has gone now. Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. I have to say we don't have much time left, but I do want to ask a question, because you're on the national task force, right, on this recognition and rewarding a different way. Let me ask you first. Who in your university is thinking about changing recognition and reward system? Who is not yet? Or says, like, we can do better? Who says, really, are you all working on it? How can you help? Because you're on the national task force to improve this.
Well, I think, how can I help? It's actually quite basic, because what I think really helps is talk to each other. I think we have to really connect in all the different levels, because I think reasoning from a young scientist or a middle career scientist or someone who's already there, everyone has a different perspective. And I think also the policymakers and the supporting staff, we all need to find common ground. Yeah. And also like safety. And from that point of view, I think you can move forward in how a system would look like, that you can all work towards the best of your abilities. Yeah. And I think, well, the dialogue is in that sense the first step. Yeah, and it sounds easy. Yeah. It is actually rather easy, but it is something that we sometimes forget.
Yeah. And is it also, because it was a central point in Matsukato's speech, that you have a mission?
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing. You need a mission on university level, but also on institute level, on a department level, and then on an individual level, because we all have missions and visions. And I think if you can arrange that in such a way that we all follow up on each other, you're aligned, and everyone can get to its full potential, the university, the institute, the department, and the individual. And I think that alignment starts with dialogue.
Yeah, and maybe sometimes we forget to think about these missions.
Yeah, well, as a department head, I sometimes struggle that I have all kinds of ideas, and then I have to move one level up, and then I see that, oh, I have a lot of people that are not there yet. So that is where the dialogue comes in, and I think we will get there, but it is a layered thing that we have to move through.
Yeah, and we have to break the silos, right? Like Matsukato said. We have room for one question in the audience. And don't forget Alexander, he's also still there, right, Alexander?
Listening very carefully, yes.
Yes, listening very carefully. One question on action in research and the topics that we covered, mission-driven, breaking the silos. Everything's clear? Okay, then I'd like to, Alexander, would you like to respond?
Actually, not a response, but very brief. I think Professor Matsukato was very much, and rightly so, talking about missions, direction of travel, but she was also talking about bottom-up experimentation. And I think on this, there is a good link, which is about something called regulatory sandboxes, which is very much about how you test new technologies on the ground in order to give support for the long-term direction of travel. And that is something which is very much, or not enough, but still a bit in discussion in Brussels. And I think we would be very helpful to have more conversation around these two.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to thank you. Matsukato is not listening, but I'd like to thank her as well. And the three respondents of this panel of action in research. I learned a lot, and I hope you too. So give them a warm applause. Up next, more action. Action in education. Besides action in research, we're also going to talk about action in education. We named it responsibility towards the future generation. And of course, I think the minister also said it right, that we have this amount of young people that we have to educate, and maybe also in a better, new way that they are prepared for the future. We will have a keynote presentation by Sari Lindblom, and reactions from Jakub Kodecki, Timis Christodipidou. I think I have the names not correct. Wait. Jakub Kodecki, yes. Stefan Hermans, and question time. So let's see. They're getting the mics up. Probably. Oh, you already have mics? Oh, great. Then I'm going to sit over here. And then I give the floor first, yes, for Sari Lindblom, the rector of the University of Helsinki, and she's a full professor in the field is higher education, also at the University of Helsinki. One second, join me as well, since we don't have the Zoom video part as well. Stefan Hermans, to my right here, Director Policy, Strategy and Evaluation of DG Education and Culture at the European Commission. Welcome, Stefan. And Jakub Kodecki, the youngest one here present, I think, right? Vice President of the European Students' Union. Welcome, good to have you here as well. And now I would like to give the floor to Sari Lindblom. Give her an applause.
We were thinking if we just stand up here so that I don't go over there, so that hopefully this will be an interactive session for us all. So dear LERU colleagues, partners and LERU friends, I'm very happy to have an opportunity to speak in this 20th seminar of LERU and representing one of the founding universities of LERU, so it's a great pleasure here. So if we think of what has happened during the last 2 years, so I can really say that education has been in action for more than for decades or even for centuries. So the COVID, because of outside restrictions and regulations, we were in the situation that universities needed to change, and very quickly. In my own university, we changed about 2,000 courses to be online in 1 week. So that's one message that we can change if we are forced to. And hopefully in the future we are also thinking of voluntarily doing changes in education. But at least if we look at 20 years of LERU, so for sure we know that there has been more changes in education or more new actions in education than has been before LERU. So that's one lesson learned. And also kind of I have been happily following that how universities have shown themselves as a dynamic and even modern light during pandemic, because usually we have been seen as representatives of academic traditions. And they are also important, but I would say that change is necessary. So that might be my first message. Because the broad topic, resilience, sustainability, working for the future generations, so I had to pick kind of buds of thought. And I have to say that I warn that I'm a licensed psychologist by background, so that might a little bit explain my selections for what I'm going to speak here. So I see a lot of positive changes during the last 2 years during pandemic, especially if we look at the versatile nature of teaching methods invented even during these last two years. But of course, I'm very worried at the same time about the possible learning gaps in students' skills and knowledge, which we yet not know how much students have, or at least part of the students have lagged behind of their normal development schedule. So that is something I'm extremely worried about, and we are about to see what has happened during our students, because we know that there is a polarization. We have a lot of students who really enjoyed this academic freedom, but we also know that there is a group of students who have had difficulties in studying alone, and they don't feel the community around them. So that is problematic. And as we know from psychology and many other disciplines, that recovering from crisis or pandemic crisis can only begin when the crisis is over. And it is not over yet. Pandemic is not over yet. And there is an unfortunate overlap of another crisis. So Russia attacked Ukraine, and especially young people are, at least seems to be, more worried about the consequences than us older people. So that is one thing that at least I have tried to say during these 2 years as rector of my university, that we have to prepare ourselves to really work extremely hard to get the whole community going and becoming, at least enhance their well-being when this pandemic is over, and uncertainty of this situation is really problematic. But anyhow, the only option for us universities is to look beyond crisis. As have been mentioned many times, that the average age of LERU universities is quite high. I probably represent one of the youngest universities. My university is only 382 years old, and there are many which are older than Helsinki University. So then if I move to resilience, at least from my point of view, we can look at resilience at two levels: institutional level, but also at the individual level. And we have shown at the institutional level that we have had a possibility to recover from external shocks, and we have been positively adapting and transforming our practices during uncertain times. But if we look at the institutional resilience, I just want to emphasize that it is not the university leadership that can foster alone institutional resilience. It needs to be the whole academic community. Everybody needs to be involved in order to enhance resilience and sustainable well-being. But if we look at individual resilience, that is much more difficult for the university teachers and leadership to really foster, because resilience cannot be given, it can only be learned by the individuals themselves. Of course, there are a lot of support services, a lot of support actions we can help students to develop their academic thinking skills. We can help them to develop their study skills and so on. And the most important one for me is to try to foster their self-efficacy beliefs, so the kind of belief in themselves that if they try, they can succeed. So this is really, really important. But for both levels of resilience, it cannot be given, it needs to be created, either among the whole institutional community or by the individuals themselves. Then sustainability, fostering sustainable future, that is even more difficult than resilience. And my head is full of questions, at least more questions than answers. But I think we have a really, really critical role as universities in achieving sustainable development goals, because we educate the future generations to universities, but also for whole societies. And if we look at, from many points of view, sustainability expertise, but first I think it's then understanding the main principles of sustainability, being familiar with notion of sustainability and all related concepts, because it is such a multifaceted, really complicated phenomenon, but also ethical and philosophical dimensions. And then, of course, looking at sustainability expertise as a discipline-specific knowledge and skills. And then thirdly, as a generic expert skills. So many viewpoints to sustainability. I just would like to mention that at my university, we have developed a multidisciplinary, discipline-specific sustainability course for all students, which hopefully will be compulsory as part of the bachelor's degrees, because we educate future experts and we need to ensure that they are able to detect new problems and solve global problems in their future working life. So having a clarity of what your own role as an expert is then, and how you can detect and solve sustainable problems and enhance sustainable future is becoming an actor as an academic expert. But then if we look at sustainability from the point of view of teaching and study practices, that is even more difficult, because how can we be more sustainable at the same time that we are more international? How can we promote inclusivity and togetherness while we are physically apart? So very, very contrasting dimensions, and pulling everything together, it seems at this point to me almost impossible. How to reach and engage students, and including those who lack capabilities for rapid transformations on online learning. And I also, as a psychologist, I want to emphasize that sustainability also includes sustainable well-being. So well-being is always part of any sustainability action. But then to close up, what would be the necessary actions in the field of education? I want to emphasize, even though it hasn't been mentioned here, that focusing on micro degrees is not an answer, at least not from my point of view. So collecting a set of micro credentials does not make an academic degree, because academic degree tells about developing a long road to develop oneself as an academic expert, and it is a well-thought combination of learning content, method, research skills, and other academic skills. And in this role, LERU universities are in a very, very crucial role, because we need to safeguard the tight research-teaching nexus So we need to link teaching with research, and that is necessary to provide our alumni a possibility to change the future. So I will stop here and looking forward to your comments.
Thank you. Jakob?
Yes, that can be. We were wondering who's here like to start. That was not set, but if that's me, that's perfectly fine. First of all, I would like to also congratulate for 20 years for LERU. ESU, the European Students' Union, is having its 40th anniversary in 1 week, so you're halfway there. Congratulations. But yes, of course, and the tradition of the students' movement in Europe is also quite longer than ESU. Like, we are having student unions in our membership that are having 100 years and so on. So definitely, this is the continent when it comes to the student involvement that evolved over the last 100 years quite significantly. So what you're referring to, the role of student unions that we are trying to ensure on the different levels, on the European one, in the discussions with the Commission, with the stakeholders, then on the national one. A lot of students are involved in the processes on the ministerial level. We're talking also definitely about the institutions, because this is the basis of students' involvement. That's the place where students are learning democracy. And I want to reiterate what is very important in both LERU's statement, but also what you're saying, about the students' involvement in the governance processes, in the actually taking accountability also of their own life. Because if not, university will teach our future generations how to behave in the sense of collective responsibility of society. There is not much other places to do so. Perhaps there are, but maybe the internet is not the best way, right? So yeah, university role is still playing very much a role in that. And just to give you a perspective, also from the perspective of the learner, of the student, from our constituency, there is no step back, right? Like, we are now enrolled, let's say, in faculties, in our programs. We do not see this evolution of 20 years, for example, of Bologna process, that for us, it's taken as granted. Like, we do not see the evolution of, for example, recognition procedures, the mobility opportunities, the research opportunities within networks such as such. We are taking it as granted, and there is no step back for people. They want to go forward, they want to have more opportunities, but they're not quite interested in the past because they're just looking from their own moment. And their own moment is quite tough, because a lot of learners right now are existing in already 2 years of completely disruption of their education. So for example, from this perspective of university management, it has been dealing with the crisis, what we can do as best as possible, but for them, it's absolutely disruptive reality. The 2 years of disconnection, of the realities of digital divide. Somebody had an access to internet, somebody didn't have access to quiet place to study. The learning materials, the translation of the traditional learning to the digital space didn't, it was of course emergency situation, and blessed to all the teachers and everybody who managed to do that, because like everybody started to transfer this reality to the digital reality. But in the future, as you were saying, the learning and teaching methods, the approach of the learning and teaching, dealing with the new generation that already is very familiar with the concept of, for example, digital collectiveness in the web, in like cooperating with each other with completely different models, will be crucial to also get the learning and teaching agenda on the higher level of excellency. So to conclude a bit about that, I think the student participation in all of the procedures, in all of the processes are key, not only just to tokenize the participation, and yes, we have students, that's fantastic, but rather to give this opportunity for them to act on their own behalf, to take responsibility and to teach this concept. But yes, we've been talking also like overarching topic, and I'm finishing in 1 minute, I think, but that's very important over this conference. That was mentioned also yesterday by Christian Neller, the concept of academic freedom and the fundamental values of academy. That's a very big topic, and over Bologna process, we were very much strongly pushing as ESU to put this higher also on the agenda, to put it back, to strengthen up this reality for keeping this academic freedom. And I think this direction of securing this more into let's say the treaties, into let's say of the common understanding in the laws as well, it's a crucial fact. We are dealing with the students' unions also from Belarus, from Ukraine, from the different countries that are facing these realities. We are also facing the way towards changing the education systems in Europe that are, for example, focusing not necessarily the fundamental values of academy, but rather are focusing either on solely on economic outcomes, or simply are pushing the agendas that are very much narrower than the agenda of education in there. So I think this topic as a third one, it's a key to tackle. And from my side, that's all for this short intervention.
Thank you. We'll continue to talk about this as well. Yeah, give him a warm applause. And Stefan Hermans, I'll say again what your function is. Director of Policy, Strategy and Evaluation in the Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture at the European Commission.
Very
Stefan.
good. It's quite impressive that you can remember all of that. I sometimes struggle with all those words that come in one sequence. Now, happy anniversary, first of all. And actually very happy that you also put the topic of education on your agenda. Because LERU is known for not just being a research-intensive university, but also as being probably the strongest advocate from a European research area and very strong framework programs that actually really encourage a lot of bottom-up approach on that. But I think it's also important to highlight, and I think Sari was doing this already, is the question that actually also translates into education in these institutions. And that the education that is being provided at LERU in particular, but I think also in so many of your partners, is very strongly research-based. And that also means evidence-based at the end of the day. It also means that there is room and scope for reflection, for thinking, for questioning, for doubt, and actually handling that. And that's a very strong tool against anything that has to do with this information, and therefore is actually something that really helps people to be resilient. And I think more than ever, we need, if I may use the word elite, that actually advocates this, and that we can bring others along on this road to travel. So on this, I think it's really important, because we're really talking in this European Year of Youth, as Leah was saying already, that we're really talking about a generation of and for the future. And on some of those issues, when we in the European Commission started in the von der Leyen Commission, there were already a number of items that were being pushed also in the direction of the universities. Because how would we embrace the digital transition? How would we embrace the green transition? There was clearly a very strong role for the universities in that, not just from the side of the research part, but also from education, and obviously also I have to add innovation to this as well. And then all of a sudden, Sari said, turbulent times. The pandemic hit. What do you do from one day to the next? All of a sudden you're told, please go home. What do you do with your international students? What do you do with students who are not even allowed to travel anymore? All of a sudden, I think what we saw is kind of a resilience within the university community, but I think even more broadly within the educational community, to actually be able to adapt kind of overnight. And I think the point Sari was making, that it was not just a question of the leadership, but it was really a question of a whole university, from the rector to the secretary, and actually a lot of job students who helped out, some of the helpless people coming to teach with all the digital tools that are available and they were about to discover overnight. Okay? Sounds familiar to some of you, I'm quite sure. So I think also from this perspective, I think this idea of, yes, we go through a turbulent time and we're actually capable of rising up to the situation. And then clearly I'm also going to need to come back to the idea, what do we do with this now, also for the future, and to transition that. But I also would like to highlight here, and as much as it is true that we do have a fear, and there are some students that we have lost, and I think more broadly within the educational community, there are groups outside university that are even a bigger concern to us. Think of early school leavers, lack of basic skills. But at the same time, I think what we have also observed, at least at the level of the EU, when we look at the data that we have already at this moment in time, is to what extent students have also gone out of their way to be able to adapt themselves. And I think we have quite some evidence as well that some students even flourish better than they would have done if they would have to go to class. So there is a bit of nuance, I think, also in this. And we also have seen like a pattern of hope, that is that all the efforts that have been undertaken by the educational community to be able to kind of close those gaps in knowledge, in skills development, that we have seen that the longer in time that we're actually trying to analyze and assess, that maybe the gap smaller than what we have been feared. And we are hopeful, and hopefully, indeed, that we can actually move down into this direction. There's a few points that I actually also would want to make still here on this, and that is that, as much as I said, it all happened overnight, and I think that's really the experience that we have had. But we also really managed to tap into quite some resources that have been built up, which maybe was much more marginal in quite some universities. Think, for instance, about the distance education. All of a sudden, everybody started to look at those folks who were like the geeks kind of folks who know the special things to do. All of a sudden, they became the center of attention. And I think that really has helped us a lot as well, and making that kind of an overnight switch. And let's be honest too, those people were really ready to help out and to step up to the plate. I think the other element that we have seen, and I think in the LERU community you see this very strongly as well, is that there has already been a pattern going into exploring blended learning formats. How do you actually work together across different countries, and you try to combine different types of fields, and how do you work with that, and how do you bring those students together? So actually there was a little bit to work with already too. So just to say, what you prepared before and maybe looked like a little bit marginal at one moment or another, all of a sudden can become the center of gravity and the most important one.
Last point?
I have many more.
Yeah, I know. Maybe one more?
I'll give you one more, and then later on I will also say something on the reaction from the EU, if you're interested in that, of course.
Of course.
But I really want to pick up on the one on, I think we have gone through the turbulent time. What do we learn from this?
Yeah.
And how do we take this now? Because I think this is really an important one, because the switch that we have been going through when it comes to the teaching, I think we've also discovered that it actually can be a real richness for the university in terms of further developing. Think, for instance, about international community, international students, programs that you develop together with one another. It actually may help us even become more sustainable, because maybe less travel will be needed. I mean, might be. But also, I mean, one thing that really struck me as well, students with special needs, sometimes it turned out to be really helpful for them, that they maybe can rewind something, they can redo something. So also to say that there are a number of elements here, also how you organize different folks being involved in the teaching of a course in a much easier way than you otherwise could do when you all had to be in the aula at exactly the same time, and all of that comes with, and you have one off, and that's it. So also on this, I think this is quite important dimension, and this is clearly also one where I would like to pick up if later on there's an opportunity to say something on the approach that we follow at the level of the European Union.
We'll do that after some questions maybe. If you have a question, raise your hand. I have one for Sari. With all these experiences, do you now develop a new vision on education for the coming year or 2 years or 5 years? Or how did this experience change your vision on the future?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I have been thinking of this a lot. Yes, we have decided in my university that we used, because the last, from mid-March, we were able to really open all courses, and we are kind of collecting experiences of how does it feel from the point of view of students and staff and anybody to come back. And then the whole fall term we are going to use for a very bottom-up processes of really discussing what are we going to become when we get older. So that is one thing. So I don't know yet, but we are going to figure it out together with the whole university community of 40,000 people. And that has been already settled with the student staff, everybody. Yeah. So we start the discussions from September. Yeah. If you ask me next January, I will know.
Yeah. Let's meet again. Yeah. Jakub, because you're president of the European Students' Union.
Vice, actually.
Sorry, Vice.
My colleague would be maybe.
Yeah, he'll be offended, right, or she?
No.
How do you collect the experiences of students? How do you make sure you have like diverse experiences?
Yeah, so depends on when we are saying, but we are talking about the interruption. Yeah, when we talk, for example, about pandemic, we conducted the research with the Zadar University in Croatia. We had more like 25,000 responses across Europe, but also the different research institutions that are having more capacity than us, obviously, are conducting that, but we're trying to analyze it together. Also, we are getting it through our student unions. So we requested our student unions. We are having 45 student unions in 40 countries in Europe. What are indeed the feeling on learning and teaching? Whether, for example, they are, as you're saying, involved in creating the new strategy for learning and teaching, whether the digital works for them, asynchronous learning, whether it works for them. Do they prefer to have a few days that, few days that? Yeah. So yeah, we're trying to kind of navigate this debate between different unions, but of course the main discussion, main debates are happening on a national level.
Yeah. And are they really different in different countries? I can imagine.
Actually, there is quite similarities when it comes to, for example, this attitude towards seeing the benefits as well in using these methodologies, but in the same time, it has to be carried out with indeed like some more attention to that. Just if I may point out to one project that is interesting maybe in this topic, because the project Lotus, organized by European University Association, is actually tackling the leadership in organization of learning and teaching. So you can maybe look for some resources. The project is coming to an end, so maybe there are some ideas for organizing that from the leadership perspective. And yeah, in a wider sense, in how we are actually monitoring other stuff than not only learning and teaching, but basically students' perspective on the developments of Bologna process, for example, implementation of recognition procedures, quality assurance, and so on. We are issuing the publication Bologna with Students' Eyes every ministerial conference, basically, to confront the point of view of implementation report on the Bologna from the eyes of the unions. And there is also quite interesting data inside of it.
So all the rectors and everyone from universities present here, research universities, they can come to you if they want to know what do the students think of this.
Come to ESU at any point. We can either put the European perspective or redirect that for stakeholders that you probably perfectly know from your own countries and so on, because we are trying to indeed work as a union-based. Basically, we're having contacts on a different level. That makes the most sense.
Yeah, and also ask your own students, of course. Just like
exactly.
I guess you also had a message you wanted to convey, right? On the European Union.
Certainly, but maybe...
Or you want to follow up on this
Maybe I want to follow up on something Jakob is saying here. Because I think it's also for us in the European Commission a very important point, and that is indeed about the role of the students, not just to collect data and providing feedback, but actually being genuinely part of the university community. Because if you are serious about democracy, then you want to have students actually having a say in what is going on in a university. And I really want to underline this, because I think it is so absolutely critical and crucial that one listens also to the students on that, and that there is a full involvement on that.
Yeah.
So,
and are you worried about that? Because I always have the idea that students have a say in this, right? And there are all kinds of boards and so on.
Well, when you have a look at the map of the European Union, you sometimes will scratch your hair.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah,
some universities don't have the student boards.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will not further comment on that, but I think there's a reason also to be concerned about that, and to continue to raise the awareness on that, how important that is. Yes, absolutely.
Sure.
If I may, maybe
now you may.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. So I think maybe also on a number of reactions that also from the level of the European Commission, and I think really to try to tighten in the point Sari was making here earlier already too, is on the resilience and how to, from our side in particular, how can we best as Commission support universities in what they see as their key task and how they see their own transformation process. And you all know very well, because nearly all of you, if maybe all of you, participate in the European University Alliances, which, I mean, it is not just concerning you alone, but it is also really seen as an example, I think, for others to be able to tap into. In the way you actually try to create more interdisciplinarity, in the way you try to bring more points of view together, in the way classes are being done. So there is a question, I think, clearly when it comes to policy. So, and obviously the digital is a rather prominent in that, not just because of the digital transition, but just the way I think the society is developing, our economy will developing, and that's also what we will be expecting.
And can I make it concrete? What can the European Commission do for us?
Nothing. We are autonomous.
Oh, you don't want help?
No, I mean, I think it's a very, very good point. I think, no, it's absolutely a very good point. And it's also in the view of the European Commission, we emphasize the autonomy of the university. But as much as we know, and as much as the rectors know, autonomy does not mean that we do not have a conversation with one another. Autonomy does not mean that we would say, if you don't do exactly what somebody of us would be thinking, that there is no money. It doesn't work like that. Autonomy means that you take, everyone takes their own responsibility within that. Now, and I think here, because there's a question on the policy, but then there's also a question of money. It's also a question of money. Because I think one of the issues that we start to watch at this moment in time already is, how are public budgets going to start shifting, yes or no? What are we going to see? And what pattern are we going to start seeing between different member states? Okay? Because cooking costs money, as they say. So, and that also means that at the moment that more public investment needs to be done in health, as we have been seeing, and now we have defense and security, there will be a certain level of scarcity. So, and as the Commission, you will not be surprised, and certainly for the colleagues from DG RTD, for us in DG EAC, we find it absolutely important that there can be sufficient funding at the level of the member state in particular. And we know as well that there are countries where it's difficult. The Recovery and Resilience Facility, I think Pavel yesterday was referring to that from the Czech Republic, the big role that that plays in this. And this is particularly on actually making this happen and closing part of the digital divide and actually engaging students in this. So I think this is also a very important dimension, because it's not just saying, this might be an interesting thing to do. I mean, at the end of the day, somebody is going to have to pay for it. And there are moments where actually budget coming through the European Union may actually do the trick and support those institutions on that.
Okay, I'm trying to see if someone has a question. Yes, Karen Max. We have a microphone. It's now in the back, but it's almost in the front. Rector Magnificus of the University of Amsterdam and the chair of the LERU.
I have a question to Mr. Hermans about education, vision on education, because we always talk about knowledge, but actually this knowledge is a carrier of personality, growth on skills on students, so there is much more. I mean, what I studied, I have forgotten more than 99% maybe, but of course I have been educated in my university. And I wonder with the digitalization whether we spend enough effort to make sure that if we digitalize the education, that we then create something next to it for development of personality or things like that.
No, it's really a really very important point on that one. And also, I think a lot of the issue that we pay attention to as well, at the moment that you see ministers coming and saying, well, we need to invest in digitalization. And when you ask, well, what is that then? And I'll be provocative, and they say it's a tablet for the students. And then you say, and what else? What? I mean, other skills, new learning courses. And then typically, I think the very important question then comes in is, what does that mean in having a round approach to the development of an individual? Because university is not just about knowledge. University is also about learning to debate with one another, learning to argue with one another. It's, I mean, there's so many other components that come with that. And that is, I think, clearly an issue where we see increasingly that we need to give much more importance to that. And there's still a lot of work to be done. I'll abuse one more minute from you, Evelyn, and that is...
30 seconds.
Okay, I can do it on that too. I mean, to the extent, and I think it's also a follow-up of the point Sari made, and I think also of the rector here as well from Karen, and that is, when we see these developments, will the EU actually also support researchers to go and analyze it, assess it, what we are doing? Because that also becomes a key question. We've spoken about social sciences and humanities. Well, that's a domain where social societies and humanities has a key role to play on that. Yeah. And that's also one we are pushing in the cluster 2 on the Horizon Europe. I know you all know all these kind of acronyms and everything like that. So yeah, there it will be.
Otherwise, you'll just have digital students and not real students, right? With all the not educated students. Thank you. Yeah. Other questions? Yes.
I would like to stress the fact that the socialization process of a student, it's a kind of lifestyle. Being a student needs more than only research and training in higher education. I think at university, and we in Heidelberg, we do a lot to create meeting points, to create space outside of the lecture halls, outside of the labs, to find students, to make contacts, to create their own lifestyle in the city, with the university, in an exchange with the citizens. So I think that is a point we always, or often, we forget if we try to separate in research and education and training. So this lifestyle asset, being a student, and that was interrupted. That was a real damage in the lifespan, in the CVs of the young students. And we spoke in Germany about the vulnerability of the different groups in society. First were the old people the most vulnerable. But over time, vulnerability shifted from the old to the young. And the young, I always said 18 to 28, they try to find their partners. They try to find a pathway for the future. Yeah. They try to create a lifestyle as a student and train themselves. And that's the responsibility of the university, to see and to be aware that they have to care not only for research and higher education, but also to create a space, a sphere, in order to support the socialization process for the young, for the next generation, and for their future life.
Yeah, we found out that it was so important. And there's a professor sitting behind you who knows everything about this, and she's saying yes. Do you recognize this, Jakub?
Yes, of course. Like if I wanted to react, indeed, that all of this in between is extremely important to give the space. Like that's just the responsibility of the institutions to foster that. Sometimes it's not even requiring too much. People are doing very much a lot alone, like they want to do stuff. And also this is the big motivation to actually step in the engagement later on, if you are having something in between. Just people studying and just people doing a research, if there is nothing in between, there's no engagement. What I wanted to say, and because that's also related to the previous, okay, we had the nice advices to involve students, right? But often there is this case like why, or like how, because there is like lack of engagement and so on. Right now, this is exactly going two ways. If there was a big tradition of students' involvement before, and there was like onboarding procedures going on that were existing in a tradition of university, for example, that there were that there is support for the early students as well. Like from the first year, they are being taught that, okay, this is your community, like experiment with it. Then this is now affecting that after pandemic, there are people to do things. But we have examples of the student unions that are, for example, losing their people, because this 2-year interruption is very long time for the students' engagement. Yeah? So if you see in your university that there is a lack of this kind of activities, the people are not really understanding that they can, please, act in your own universities, because that's very crucial. Yeah? If that's everything going well, good.
Yeah, they should kind of relearn the tradition, right? Because they didn't experience it. Yeah. I really like to thank you for this wonderful session. Sari Lindblom, Jakub Krodecki, and Stefan Hermans. Give them a warm applause. Thank you. Yeah, you can say, I'll say one sentence. We'll have a break right now. And then afterwards, we have two a little bit shorter sessions also on action. Action in internationalization, and action in, do I say correctly, science policy society interfaces. Yeah, and then more after the break. So enjoy your break. Welcome back. Good to have you back for the final part, the last session of this birthday party. And after the last part of this birthday party, of course, we have the after party. And then we'll have drinks. But before we do that, I promised you we talked about action in research an action in education before the break. And now we have two little bit shorter sessions on, I'll just keep talking, action in internationalization, and action first in science policy society interfaces. It's getting quiet already, good. So how can we have this interface between science, policy, and society? And how are we going to do that? We're going to have a keynote presentation by Nicole Grobert, who is online with us today. She's chair of the group of chief scientific advisors and professor of nanomaterials at the University of Oxford. Afterwards, we'll have a respondent who, do you want to sit on the stage already? Or we'll do that later. Barbara Kieslinger, I'll introduce you her after the keynote speech by Nicole Grobert, who I heard was already with us earlier today, right? You listened a little bit, Nicole?
I did.
Great. Well, good to have you here. And I will give the floor to you. So everyone give a warm applause for Nicole Grobert.
Thank you very much for this very kind invitation. And it's a real disappointment that I can't be with you today. It's probably one of the driest birthday parties I have ever attended, but nevertheless, the speech is very exciting and I've thoroughly enjoyed them. I'd like to join my predecessors and speakers in congratulating LERU for 20 years of excellent work on promoting basic research in Europe and beyond. So basic research, we know, plays a critical role in multiple aspects of our lives, and yet it is so remote to many citizens. Just in the last 2.5 years, the importance of scientific advice has become more prominent, and with it, also science has received more attention by society than in many years before. And LERU's contribution to communicating the importance of basic research to society as a whole has been absolutely vital for strengthening scientific advice in Europe. So thank you for that. With these recent shocking, I don't know how to call it, geopolitical developments and the resulting crisis, the pandemic has almost moved to the background, vanished, as society is suddenly facing a number of other complex issues. And yet climate change is still the biggest single threat to our planet. Where does that take us? And what do have crises in common? Well, they're bloody complex, and I shouldn't be using swear words, but they are complex. And to solve multiple aspects of society, to solve these multiple aspects of society need to be taken into account. It addresses economy, culture, resources, and these are just a few keywords in this context. For society to function and for not leaving anyone behind requires a multitude of complex puzzle pieces to go hand in hand, especially in crisis. And Mariana Mazzucato highlighted it quite strongly and also very comprehensively. In the context of science advice, this means target crisis situations, we must first understand the complexity, and for this, experts are absolutely essential. Yet, individual experts alone cannot find solutions. It takes the broadest and best possible evidence, and that takes team effort. So individual experts need to learn how to collaborate efficiently across the disciplines. Robust scientific evidence can help breaking down and understanding the issues at hand, and very clean, clear, and accessible science communication can provide options for solutions for the policymakers. Such evidence-based policy solutions make the process of policymaking more transparent and robust. And it's the universities and academic institutions that play a central role in this, because these are the places where knowledge is created. These are the places where innovation is developed. These are the places where scientific talent is nurtured. And I guess we can probably agree that it has to be our goal for science policy and society interfaces, that these need to play a central role when tackling crisis and achieving sustainability. Yet there are significant obstacles. Scientists often don't easily find routes on how to get involved in policy making. And I'd like to especially address here the early career scientists, as they need to find the right balance between research and policy. And having sat through the previous session, I should expand this to students. Because finding the right balance at the difficult time in life where you actually have to build your career and it's often measured at your paper output and money income, it's quite hard to find extra time besides maybe setting up your family to also engage with policy making and other activities that are not necessarily currently core to academic careers. So scientists in that context may not feel supported to engage more widely. And the communication between scientists and policymakers is not always easy because we are not taught, it's basically learning by doing. In most of the cases, it's learning by doing. And I'd like to compare that to running a research group. When you finish your PhD, you do a postdoc, you move up the career ladder. And it's rare that actually people receive a lot of training on how to run a research group. And managing a research group is very different from conducting your own research. Moreover, there is the challenge of communicating uncertainty to policymakers, and this challenge is often underestimated. So what do we need and what works for efficient science advice? We need a broad range of specialists. I also, again, Mariana Mazzucato pointed out the importance of liaising between science and arts and all the stakeholders. And the emphasis has to be on collaboration and interdisciplinarity. And we need to train scientists and recognize their engagement with policy making. And this has to come from the academic institutions. A key ingredient to science advice is actually trust, building trust, and communicating the uncertainties. Science advice to policy requires trust. Without it, it doesn't work. Science advisors need to be able to trust the evidence provided, the data provided by the experts. Policy makers need to trust the scientists who advise them. Scientists trust in the transparency of the process and the outcomes are essential. So, citizens trust and transparency of the process and the outcomes are essential for the sustainability and resilience of society. So if the citizens don't buy in into the process, then it's worthless. Clear and effective communication is important to make knowledge available to science advisors and policymakers. So that's any unclear communication, no matter how confident it is absolutely not useful. And policymakers need to understand the scientists and vice versa. Scientists need to understand what policymakers actually need. The best science, fundamental science, may be absolutely useless to policymakers. Science advice must be efficient, usable for policymakers, and solutions that may work academically sometimes may not be feasible for the policymakers. So who has to take multiple aspects into account? And this is what the scientists need to understand. We need to be very clear about what experts do not know and probably or may not know for a very long time. And we have to communicate that. Uncertainty has to be assessed using the best possible methods that are available to us. And the level of uncertainty has to be defined and clearly communicated. Now, these are essential aspects and tools that help produce good scientific advice. And what do we need to strengthen the science policy society interfaces? What can academia do and the academic environment? It's training and rewards. We need more scientific advice structures. They need to engage with universities and connect researchers and with policymakers. We need to encourage and reward the mobility of researchers and the interactions between academia and policy organizations in the same way as it was previously discussed about the mobility between researchers and industry. So maybe think about the triangle there. Many programs already are in place to encourage this mobility, and also the engagement of academic institutions should support the participation of the researchers in these programs and not limit them. Sometimes that happens too, unfortunately. So in short, academic institutions should recognize that policy engagement is almost as important as doing the research itself. One nurtures the other. and should provide training, for example, in communicating uncertainty and awareness of what policymakers need and how you actually step out of your lab and communicate your thinking whilst being aware of what the requirements are. And reward those who basically put effort into policymaking, reward those efforts by hiring and promoting people, and don't just count papers for funding income. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nicole, for this also practical advice, what we can do. We have a wonderful respondent who I'd like to invite to the stage, Barbara Kieslinger, and she's a member of the European Citizen Science Association Board of Directors. She's a senior researcher and project manager at the Center for Social Innovation in Vienna, Austria. Give her a warm applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, LERU, for inviting the European Citizen Science Association to this event. It's really a great honor for us. And actually, I was thinking I would also partly use these 10 minutes of fame as shameless self-promotion for citizen science. But then actually throughout the day, I realized I don't even have to do that anymore because it has been on the agenda all the time. It has been stressed very much by the commissioner. It has been stressed by Professor Mazzucato. It has come up during the presentation of the Leiden as the European City of Science. So I think we're all set, but nonetheless, a little bit about it, and as a response also to Nicole. So what do we mean when we speak about citizen science? I guess you're all familiar with the term. It goes beyond science communication. And it's a real and active engagement of citizens, communities in the research process. And this is really important to stress, so that it goes beyond the typical science fair that you do or so. It's really and often a long-term commitment by people who often have a personal motivation in a certain scientific topic to participate there. And of course, on the policy level, it is embedded in the broader open science strategy. And I think that's very well, and it gives also importance to it. Citizen science can also shine a little bit on its own, though. And in this session, and thinking about science, society, and policy, I just thought about what are good examples. And one of those good examples is here. It's a publication. It's already, again, 2 years old, by the European Environment Agency. So in environmental monitoring, and this report is, for example, specifically on air quality, we have seen how this process can work, how this interface between society, science, and policy can be taken up. So there are lots of examples in there. Just one that has happened in the not close, so to say, to this place in Flanders, where, for example, the University of Antwerp started together with the Flanders Environment Agency a big air quality monitoring project, and 50,000 citizens signed up for it. They actually then had to select and reduce the number because there was so much interest. So people are affected by the air quality, and they want to do something about it, and they want policies to change, and they need also science to work together. So this is like really one of the very nice examples, and this has spread out. Nowadays, then we see air quality and other monitoring projects all over Europe, all over the globe, and with different topics. And I think so that in that sense, these agencies, they have already realized for quite a while the importance and the strength of involving also the citizens. And this is for monitoring, for research, for policy making. If we look a bit beyond that, if we look, for example, at the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, there also we have had very recent publications how and where citizen science can contribute. And actually, they're already the authors were looking at the detailed indicator level. So often we stay at a rather broad level, and we say when we apply to European funding, oh yes, we also contribute to the SDGs, but we don't get more into the real granularity where exactly, at which indicator level. And this publication has already shown 5 concrete SDG indicators where at the moment already citizen science is contributing to. And more than that, they have identified in total 76 indicators where citizen science can potentially contribute to. So 33% of the whole set of indicators from the SDGs and the indicator framework can actually be also served by citizen science and by this collaboration. So for example, for the SDGs, it's again a lot of natural sciences. It's a lot of contributing to life on Earth, to sustainable cities and communities, to good health. But we have seen citizen science growing in the last years all over in all disciplines. And health, for example, is also is a very good topic or example also. So we have seen there that also people, patients, they become impatient. They take their fate into their own hands, and there have been movements like the quantified me or patients like us. So people who say, I want that research to be faster, or I'm tracking all the data of my personal health and then I'm analyzing it, or I am looking for scientists to do that with me. There's also a lot of self-experimentation going on. And I think it's important, so universities have a very important role there to not leave these patients alone. And if we have the topic here of co-designing the problems or co-framing the problems, co-designing the solutions, I think it's universities have an important role here also to give guidance, to put in the expert knowledge, to also look into ethical standards, and to make sure that the research is also grounded in real good scientific and solid scientific knowledge. And if we look a little bit then into how universities have already taken up citizen science as a methodology, and how is it institutionalized, I have looked a little bit at the LERU report that has been published already in 2016, where there were specific recommendations and guidelines given to how to implement citizen science in your institutions. And actually it has been one of the first where University Association has defined such detailed guidelines. And I was really amazed how much was already put in there in 2016 when we just had established not long ago, for example, our Citizen Science Association. And actually, when looking through all of those, we have now a project that is still running where we compare, for example, these recommendations with what has been implemented. And in this project, we have some of your universities included as well. Actually, UCL is leading on one of these studies and is also one of the front runners in the whole citizen science community. For example, there are some other universities here who are all very well known for your good work that you do in citizen science. But what we have also seen, so all recommendations are still relevant. Some have been implemented, some not so much. What we have also seen is that it's important to have this mix of bottom-up and top-down approach. So just implementing citizen science from the very top doesn't work. You have already lots of researchers and students and staff members who are working on the ground and who are kind of champions. So there are many citizen science champions in all your institutions, and they are very important. So they are very important that they are giving attention, that they are being brought to light, because they have put a lot of effort into it. And then, of course, we would also like to see it, it's also important to see it in the strategic papers, so in the strategies for your institutions, to have also support for that. Actually, training staff members, training already starting with the students, etc. It is important. The reward system is mentioned again and again. So I think you all confirmed today that you're working on this, and it is crucial. We have also looked at the impact of citizen science beyond institutions, and we have seen in the last years so many networks, platforms, collaborations coming up. It is at a very, sometimes at the regional scale, at national scales, at European and at global scale. So there are, for example, networks that work already on a global scale, often working together also with the United Nations, for example, and yeah, so this is just still growing and growing. It's not just, I would like to really emphasize also, it's not only kind of a key term or a thing that comes up and goes again, but it has really already shown that it's here for longer and it can make really important contributions and impact. But of course, there are also still challenges. So really, this engagement with policymakers is, for example, still a challenge. The democratization of science, as Alan Irwin called citizen science in one of his famous books, is not happening just like that. So we have to do something for it, and we even need more support structures for that. For example, expectations management is an important thing. When I do co-design or co-creation with citizens, also with policymakers, I have to have a longer-term perspective. So my small projects of 3 years financed by the Commission, they don't work for these people, because if I have a case where we work with people with mental health issues and they expect a real change and a real policy change that happens after my project, but I was the one initiating it, so I need to respond to them. And it's important that we get these structures. Even from funders, we need more support in that and being more flexible and having more means of following up on that as well. So I can only support Nicole also in her statement in the need for universities to train and reward and support your researchers, your students, your staff members in engaging with policy and engaging with society, with the citizens itself. And just the final promotion, so EXA is not that old. We are almost 10 years old now. We have a conference coming up. We have 225 members. We're happy to welcome more. So everybody, I don't know if everybody's already a member of EXA, but please feel free to join us. And we would really like to strengthen further this collaboration with LERU. And happy birthday.
Thank you. Please take a seat. So join the EXA, the European Citizen Science Association. Okay, so Nicole, are you still there?
Yes.
Oh, great. Good to have you back. Maybe you'd like to respond to the examples you heard on European citizen science.
Here we are. Yeah, well, I think it just displays yet again that we need to pull all strands together and in the same direction. And I think, like we just heard, the training needs to go across platforms in both directions. It cannot just be the scientists or the researchers that get training, but also we need to, I think, go into schools and start really early, talk to the kids and make them aware of what it actually takes for society to function.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can start young enough.
Yeah, and also interesting, I guess, the expectations on both sides, you know, not only with scientists, but also policymakers and society and so on, yeah. Maybe also Sari Lindblom mentioned that they have a course on sustainability, and I was thinking maybe if you have a course like that and then also integrate, for instance, policy making or science communication, then but I don't know if what you think about that you start with the students already, instead of only researchers and so
that was definitely. So, I mean, also we have this platform, European platform, Citizen Science, and we're continuing. We already have lots of training on them, and then we're also seeing and supporting universities who want to implement more training. So there is already in institutions, there are already courses offered to students on citizen science.
But should it maybe be mandatory? I don't want to oblige anyone, but like if you say it's so crucial that every student, every researcher does something with science or communication or policy communication, then it shouldn't be
They should at least have heard about it, I think, and they should know where to go. So there are also experts in each of our institutions, and some of them, they offer services. Or we at EXA, we are also happy to offer services. But universities, sometimes they even have already like central units supporting people or directing them to the right experts when they want to implement citizen science. But it is, I mean, I would also like to say, we don't claim that this works for all research projects. Not every single research project needs citizen science, but there is more than what we think now. So if we think again, we do this outside of the box thinking, there are more projects than we think originally, where we can include the public and where we can strengthen the dialogue with policymakers. But it is an effort, it's an extra effort that is currently often not really recognized when researchers do this.
But also because of this recognition discussion we have here and reward discussion, then maybe you should really implement it into courses as well, or studies. Questions from the audience? Who is already involved in citizen science?
Yeah, who is doing
with
citizen science?
1, 2, 3, 4. Not a lot, I must say. So I think that you all have to join the EXA.
That's
right?
an action point.
Yeah,
right?
it's an action point. See, I'm looking for action points, yeah. Nicole, you can't see it, but like only 4 hands going up.
I can see you. I can see you.
Oh, you can see it, sorry. She can see you. A question from the audience. Yes, here in the front. The microphone is coming. Tim Bradshaw.
Hello, yes, thank you. The citizen science I'm involved in is when my car runs into insects and I count them. And,
the insects on the,
But we talk about citizen science and we have a chief scientific advisor. Should we also be talking about citizen social science and government ministries around Europe having chief social scientists? Because it strikes me that a lot of the challenges that we face are more in the sort of social science dimensions, but human behaviour and things like that, particularly if we're trying to adapt to climate change and other sort of health issues. But yeah, I do see that in the UK. We do have a sort of inroads on social science in some government departments. What is that like across the rest of Europe, and should that be a priority for, say, the next 5 years to get that more on the agenda?
Well, working at the Center for Social Innovation with a lot of social scientists, I think it's an excellent idea. We have also been suggesting a long time ago already some social impact awards for research in that can show how far they are showing social impact. And I think there are some activities like that going on now. But
could you give an example of a citizen science project where it's more about social sciences?
Oh yes, I'm personally involved in a citizen social science project, actually also with the University of Barcelona. And there we have different cases. One of them is, for example, in people with mental health issues, and their caretakers, their families, and they want a stronger support network. So they designed questions for a chatbot that has been then answered across Europe, and they are now analyzing the data. So they have been involved in the process from the very beginning with their own need of having a better support system. And then they went through the whole research process with the researchers. Actually, what we also saw, there are new roles coming up, like facilitators, because researchers often, it takes a long time to create this relationship of trust and to speak to the people. It's in this trust creating way and moderating way, facilitating way. So we even see new roles as science facilitators in these processes coming up. Yeah. But yes, so these citizens, they are involved and they really expect policy to change. Again, there it comes this limit of 3 years, because we are now at the stage they're analyzing the data together with the scientists, and then they want action, and then they want policy to change. They want stronger support networks, and especially with the pandemic, mental health has been also, a growing issue for many people.
Yeah.
So
you need to follow up.
Yeah.
Last question, maybe from the audience. Yes, here in the front.
Thank you. It's more comment, Veronica from UNEP again, and I'll get in touch with you, Barbara, because lots of what you said resonated what we are trying to do at UNEP, and we are having internal reflection now. How do we work with data, and how do we communicate with data? Because you really have to be determined citizen to go through 500-page report full of scientific data. So we need to be very clear how we communicate so that we empower people in a digestible way. So that's what we are working on internally. I'm sure that you have come across to some reports, but yeah, we would like to make it easier, but that applies to all of us, actually, all institutions that are dealing with data. So thank you for your interventions.
Yeah. Thank you, the both of you. And as a science communicator, I can agree that no one reads 500 pages reports as a citizen. So thank you very much. Give a warm hand for Nicole Grobert and, of course, for Barbara Kieslinger. Thank you. We're moving on to our last action session. We're going to talk about action in internationalization, and I'd like to ask the panelists to the front. The keynote presentation will be given by Yves Flukiger, and the reaction will be by Veronica Hunt-Safronkova. And Yves Flukiger is the rector of the Université de Genève and a member of the LERU Board of Directors. And I'll introduce you afterwards. Yes, the floor is yours.
So, thank you very much. Let me start by saying that I'm so happy and proud to be part of this event. University of Geneva has been one of the founding members 20 years ago, and there is no one day that we regret such an alliance with LERU, because so many good people and so many exchanges that are very useful for everybody, and very much looking forward for the next 20 years. And I would like also to thank the team of the LERU, which was really an incredible team. And if there is a success for the LERU, it's also due to the team. So I'm going to talk about internationalization. I have made a presentation, but let me start by saying that it seems to be quite important that we try to make a distinction between what we call globalization and what is internationalization. So globalization for me is something that is happening outside universities, but that impose some constraint or some rules to university, and university has to respond to that evolution of globalization by developing some internationalization strategy. So this is a variable that we can use in order to answer to this globalization. Also, sometimes we need to think that globalization may have negative impact, and we need really to take into account this negative impact and try to develop some strategies that answer this kind of negative evolutions. So internationalization is both an answer to globalization and a factor that really helps to facilitate this globalization. And we must be aware that sometimes, as I said before, there are some kind of inequalities growing up with globalization. And I think our responsibilities as comprehensive universities try to understand what's going on, what is the phenomenon of globalization, how we can answer to this evolution by developing some good strategy. I would like also to say that the condition for being able to play this kind of intervention into globalization is really very important, and I think that we'll be able to talk about each of these conditions for hours. But let me remember that, again, we need to have academic freedom. We need also to have the autonomy, which are very important conditions to play that kind of role. And I must say that more and more we see around the world that this autonomy, this academic freedom is being attacked in many ways. Competition right, yes, this is something that helps to increase the quality of research, that help to increase the quality of education, of our missions, but also we need more and more collaboration. Collaboration is needed because we need to develop some infrastructure that are very important to be able to do the research that we need for the society, and we need both competition and collaboration. And precisely, I think LERU is something that is having these two kind of development. Teaching based on research, it's true that LERU have research inside its own mission, but always we need to develop this kind of research in order to have the best possible teaching based on the best research that is done in universities. And this kind of development has to be integrated in comprehensive university. I think it's a very important role for these universities to have this kind of capacity to be multidisciplinary, to address very important challenges for the society. But if you are not comprehensive, it will be much more difficult to address this kind of challenges for society. Taking risk also to being innovative, and finally, to be internationalized. I think that internationalization is more than ever a condition for building and maintaining successful universities for many reasons. First of all, for our students themselves, we need to prepare them for a globalized world. And I think the way we can do that is really to be sure that there are more and more international students in our universities. It's good for the teaching. It's also a way to increase innovation based on multicultural approach of teaching and also of research. So it's also a way to increase the awareness and deeper engagement of our students, of our community with global issues by our students. And as I said before, in terms of research, there are more and more investments that are needed that are no more possible to be developed by one university. We need to do that together, and this is something which is quite important. And to be just an illustration of why internationalization is so important, this is a graph taken from an article published in Nature, where you find on the horizontal axis the level of openness for different kind of countries. On the vertical axis, you have the impact of each articles which were published, and the size of the dot is the number of publications. But you see that, in fact, there is a clear correlation, at least, between openness of a given country and the impact of this publication. And you see that, yes, Switzerland is well placed in that graph, with a small number of publications, but publications which are a great impact. And this is something that, again, like Tim was mentioning this morning, mentioned so important relation that we have with Europe. Among this collaboration that we have along the different countries in the world, 60% of our publications are done with people from European Union. So it shows how important for us, but for UK also, is the relation with Europe. And you know that very clearly. Let me mention also the fact that internationalization is very important. If you look at how we have been able to develop a vaccine in a very record time, it was due to at least 3 or 4 factors. The first one, never forget that it was developed on fundamental research done 20 years ago. And this kind of research can only be financed by public funding. And this should be always remembered. It was a record time to publish and to diffuse this kind of vaccines, but it was based on some research done, and it has been said this morning, based on research done 20 years ago. Open science, open data, and collaboration is also the key factors for this kind of answer of the society and the science to such a challenge. But I would like also to say that it's not enough in order to create trust, and it has been said also before. We need also to develop communication skills, and I'm sure that you will agree with that. We need also to keep on our own role. We are responsible for providing some evidence to the policymakers, but we are not the one who takes the decision. We need to just to show this evidence to the policymakers, but we need to clearly differentiate our role to the role of policymakers. And finally, do not over-communicate. I mean, sometimes you think that having this kind of importance in terms of the social challenges, we are sometimes communicating too much, and it's not creating the trust that we need to have. And finally, also, I would like to stress that we need to put into place a different kind of programs to create a more equitable world. And as we are talking about actions, just let me mention one or two programs that we have developed at the University of Geneva. The first one is a program called Horizon, Academic Horizon. It's something that we launched some 5 years ago, and it's some program that welcome refugees in Geneva or in Switzerland. These people are not always fulfilling the condition to be a regular student at the University of Geneva, but we welcome the students. They start by following some French courses, and they can also be registered for different kind of courses that they choose. And at the end, if they succeed in these exams, the same kind of exam that the regular student, then they can be accepted into regular bachelor or master programs, even if they are not fulfilling the formal condition that will be in place for other students. And let me say that this is a program that we made for refugees in Switzerland, but we are at the same time developing another kind of program called In Zone, which has been developed in refugee camp around the world. Yes, and going global, I'm afraid I'm going to be a little bit too long, but just interrupt me if it's the case. Right. Going global, how? Yes, so it's not a surprise that we need to be global in terms of the student mobility, but since the last 20 years, we have developed many more kind of way to being global in terms of education, in terms of teaching, the internationalization of curriculum, the development of university partnership, which is quite important, having this kind of capacity, not only with Europe, but also with other universities around the world, just to develop some kind of strategic partnership where we can also develop some more stronger relation with this kind of universities. And finally, European University Alliance, and the good news is the fact that, and my colleague Michael Chapman is also in the room, know that we have been able finally, as Swiss University, to be part of European University Alliance. So we are very much looking forward to join this alliance with some Swiss universities. Let me see that also again, there is some kind of competition between different universities to attract the best PhD students. And again, on that dimension, let me just mention that maybe I'm going to switch this one, which is the increase of students who are mobile in the world. Again, it's not only to look at these numbers, but also to say that being more international brings with that a capacity to be innovative in terms of the program that we are launching. The fact that the diversity brings also some kind of richness to the program that are so developed. But there again, something that we need to take into account is the country and the inequality between countries attracting people from PhD students or professors from abroad, and the one who are gaining on that exchanges and the one who are losing on that exchanges. And I think that again is something that we need to be aware of, because then you can create or increase inequality between countries, between different parts of the world, and this in terms will be also at the end something which will be quite detrimental. And finally, my last word will be regarding, in fact, the relation that we need to establish between academic and universities and the political domain and the other actors which are along in the society. And it has been said also we need to build platforms that are multidisciplinary and also multi-institutional in order to understand what are the challenges that this organization have to face and try to answer by bringing again science to this kind of challenges. I just want to mention two platforms that has been created very recently. The first one is more related to anticipation of what will be the future of our societies and bringing what the science can do to help this technological development. It's called the GESDA. And the other one, and LERU is member of the second one, is a Geneva Science Policy Interface. Again, it's a platform where people are just meeting just to understand, first of all, what are the challenges of international organization, and then try to bring the result of what has been done in the scientific world. And let me conclude by this last slide by saying that we, as LERU, as universities, we need to be more autonomous, more international, more connected, more competitive, but we need also to redefine our priorities and understand how to serve better our community, our students, and the new audiences that are developing with varied expectations regarding what we need to bring to them. And we need to invent a Science 2.0 that integrates, again, citizen science, has been said, but I'm very much convinced that something that he also will be able to create trust, and this is so important right now. And finally, also, to have the capacity to take risk, to be innovative, and to take the opportunities to develop and to answer the challenges of our world. So I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And looking forward to your questions.
Take a seat. I'm going to introduce Veronica Hunt-Savrankova, and she's head of the United Nations Environment Programme in Brussels.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. Distinguished colleagues and friends, it is a real pleasure and honor to be here, so thank you very much for the invitation. And I would like to join the others congratulating LERU for the 20th birthday and congratulate on the achievements and impact that LERU already had and has in a very important policy framing and shaping. Also for embracing leading research universities from Central and Eastern Europe and, of course, cooperating across the world. I will echo a lot to what was mentioned here already. It's very difficult to go after Professor Frickinger and also the fascinating interventions so far. So I'm afraid I have nothing new to bring here, but I would just like to take us a little bit back to the basics and remind why this discussion today, and fantastic topics, by the way, for the LERU conference. The state of the planet. Over the last 50 years, the global economy has grown nearly 5 times, especially due to extraction of natural resources and energy that tripled in the last 50 years. And that fueled growth in production and consumption, which we referred to also earlier on. The world population has increased by a factor of 2 to 7 billion people. Average prosperity has also doubled, but about 1.3 billion people remain poor. We have new threats. Colleagues from United Nations Development Programme a couple months ago released a new report, special report, New Threats to Human Security in the Anthropocene, which shows that people's sense of safety and security is at the very low. Almost every country, including the richest countries. 6 in 7 people worldwide perceived feeling moderately or very insecure just before the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic. So now the situation is even more different. We have a new scale of threats. Climate change, it was mentioned, which has devastating impacts across the whole world in every region. Hunger is on the rise, reaching around 800 million people in 2020, and about 2.4 billion people now suffer from food insecurity. The number of forcibly displaced people has doubled in the past decade, reaching almost 82.4 million people in 2020. Conflicts, the number of people affected by conflict is reaching record highs. Today, approximately 1.2 billion people live in conflict-affected areas. Digital technologies, of course, on one hand, helping to address global challenges, but on the other hand, creates new threats as well, and may contribute or exacerbate ongoing problems related to, for example, inequalities and violent conflict. And I'm afraid that all that is connected to the triple planetary crisis that we heard again today. As it is shown in UNEP's synthesis report, Making Peace with Nature from last year, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are 3 self-inflicted and interconnected planetary crises that put well-being of current and future generations at unacceptable risk. Again, it was mentioned today. It can be reversed. but we need rapid transformation of key systems, including energy, water, and food. Transforming social economic systems means improving our relationship with nature, understanding the value of nature and putting that value at the heart of our decision making. Again, it was mentioned earlier by Didier. So what is the role of universities in all this? Well, the role of universities is very important. Universities have a very important role in this transformation around all the three key roles that, again, were mentioned: research and innovation, working on solutions through collaborative research. Example of COVID was mentioned a few times, working with policymakers to bring the systemic change. Education was very much discussed. Young people need to be equipped with a mix of knowledge and skills across different disciplines, from humanities to science. Why? So that they are able to address the challenges that we have today, and they are not small, to contribute to the social contract, to increase understanding of global issues and become open-minded policymakers, or whatever profession they will be, using, ideally, science for their decisions. It can be in the government, it can be in the industry, on non-governmental sector, or researchers. And, of course, to become responsible citizens of the planet. And the last role, the third role, engagement with society, or I would say responsibility towards society. For the society to have access to knowledge, data, and here comes the citizen science, to promote values, and that also resonated here today, that the values, it's extremely important to remind, to inspire social responsibility and actions, and to strengthen the resilience of society, also mentioned lots of times today. And I will add a few more points, to promote tolerance, peace, human rights, sustainability, and solidarity. And I would like to mention UN Secretary General in our common agenda, which is very much about all these topics that we are discussing here today, and about the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, the time for action. And I would quote here Secretary General that we need to re-embrace global solidarity and find new ways to work together for the common good. Common good we heard here today again. We saw it with COVID-19, we need it for the triple planetary crisis. In the common agenda is also very strongly mentioned that science has a central role in policy and budget decisions. And stronger, more networked and inclusive multilateral system. And of course I could go on and on. Where do we stand as United Nations Environment Programme? As you know, science is at the very center of our mandate. That's our key work. And like LERU is reminding this year, the 20th anniversary of LERU, UNEP is celebrating 50th anniversary of UNEP, 1972 UN conference that recognized environment as one of the central pillars of sustainable development. So we are very much determined to, within UNEP, to continue to move in the direction of open science, with deeper focus on transparent and accessible knowledge and evidence that is developed and shared through collaborative networks, the co-creation. Again, going to the synthesis report, Making Peace with Nature, the report showed that there is a gap between scientific knowledge and policy uptake. Science is clear. Policy, how policy works with science is not clear. And I can say that having worked for over 12 years as policymaker, even decision maker. So there is a lot of potential to improve. There are lots of positive examples, so I would not be so negative, for successful translation of science into policy. So we all know, for example, the healing of the hole in the ozone layer was a great multilateral success. Phasing out of lead in petrol and recent action to reduce methane emissions. And now, as it was mentioned by Mariana, the plastic pollution and the agreement of all UN member states to work on a plastic treaty to tackle plastic pollution. So with the plastic pollution, hopefully we will get there too, and we can hopefully in a few years' time say that that was a success of science and policy. International cooperation is key, and we have heard it throughout the whole day today, and the share of knowledge and information and data between researchers and different countries, and how we bring the decision makers, scientists, and researchers together across sectors, so that we have ministries of agriculture, environment, energy, transport, integrating sustainable development into each actions, and also budgets, as I mentioned before. And in the case of universities, across the different disciplines, so that there is the understanding. And here I would like to highlight the very excellent example of the science policy interface platform that is embedded in Geneva University, which is exactly doing that. I'm coming to the end.
Yeah.
Yes, so I have conclusions now. We are reminding ourselves in 2 weeks' time, International Conference Stockholm +50, with the title Healthy Planet for the Prosperity of All, Our Responsibility and Opportunity. That is the reflection of 1972. And what do we need to do now? So there will be leadership dialogues, how to bring the world on the right path. So going to the conclusions, so it's very, very quick. So human knowledge, ingenuity, technology, and cooperation can transform societies and economies and secure a sustainable future. The key is international, it's terrible word actually to pronounce.
It is. Terrible.
International cooperation, I'll say. I had the privilege to work for the Charles University in Prague, and I know how very important it is for university and for the community, for the city, for the country. And now I can see how it is important globally. So please, I'm encouraging to keep doing what we are doing. Partnerships, multilateral cooperation is really the must in these days. And I will finish with a quote. I will borrow the words of Sir David Attenborough that he said very recently. The world must come together. Nationalism is simply not enough. We must feel that we are all citizens of the planet, because unless we do, we cannot solve the problems. And Hanneke said, we need to talk to each other, and I would add, we need to listen to each other. And with that, I'll finish. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was wondering, the example you gave, you referred to it, the platform, is it like speed dating with scientists internationally?
So it's not exactly that kind of dating, but we start with some meeting where people from science meet people from an international organization, and they try to understand in a given domain where are the challenges that the international organization have to face, and then the dialogue starts, and then you define what kind of research can be done in order to bring something new or innovative to the international organization. Yeah. And also, it's a way to make sure that all international organizations can come together. It's also something that is quite important, because sometimes they are working in their own field, not used to talk to each other.
Yeah, great idea, yeah.
Evelyn, could I interrupt the panel just for 1 second?
You can.
Because
Kurt, you're allowed, always.
Yeah, because we have an important announcement. Just a few minutes ago, the Élysée has announced the new French government, which is going to be led, as you know, by Elisabeth Borne. And the new Minister for Higher Education and Research will be our own rector of Paris-Saclay, president of Paris-Saclay, Sylvie Retailleau. So congrats to our friends in Paris-Saclay. I think that Sandrine is still here with us, that Guillaume is still with us. But on this anniversary day, this is really fantastic news to have one of our own rectors, presidents, becoming the new French Minister for Higher Education and Research. Just 2 or 3 days ago, we had Michel Deneken, our rector from Strasbourg, being appointed as president of UDIS, our French sister organization with the leading French research universities. So with Sylvie and with Michel, we will be in charge of the whole French policy on higher education and research. Congrats again to our friends in Saclay. Thank you very much. And apologies for interrupting, Evelyn, this fantastic panel with Veronique and with Yves. Thank you.
Thank you. Good news. There's something higher than rector? Is it? Let's close off the discussion because we're celebrating. We have a special moment, a special how do I call it? We're going to sign something. That's why the L, E, R, and U are removed. I'm going to explain in 1 second. Before I want to have a warm applause for you, Yves Lukinger and Veronica Kova. Yeah, almost. Thank you. The letters are gone, the L, the E, the R, and the U, because we have a table right now. Something's going to happen. We're going to sign something. And I would like to invite to introduce what we're going to sign and who are going to sign it. It's called the Leiden Principles. And Bernard Eitel will explain what are they all about, why are they so important, and why are we going to cheer afterwards. Give him a warm applause.
Yes, the whole day, it was like a film. Every stage, action. So now the last action of today, and it's a pleasure and my privilege to introduce a little bit the Leiden Statement. Dear colleagues, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good friends of LERU and beyond, the motto of Leiden University is Libertatis Praesidium, a fortress of freedom. Academic freedom and institutional autonomy are prerequisites of research universities, we heard it all over the day, in order to explore the unknown and to create the future. The degree of academic freedom and institutional autonomy of research university is directly linked to free, to open-minded and democratic societies. We heard it all over the day. Therefore, research universities, free and autonomous, are the backbone to secure the future of our societies. We should keep it in mind every day, in every discussion, every action. Based on the HIFI statement, today, on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of LERU here in Leiden, we sign the Leiden Principles. I wish that they will become famous all over the world. These principles address trust, diversity, openness, stewardship, and freedom. Leading research universities from Europe and abroad are committed to these principles, which address educational and research excellence, integrity, the sustainable advancement of people and knowledge. These all are keys, maybe the keys, for the prosperity of all nations on our small and vulnerable planet. The Leiden Principles may seem to be self-evident, but they are not. We sign them free and based on our mutual values, facing increasing bondage, sometimes instrumentalization of research and higher education by politicians, as well as a loss of academic rights in more and more countries all over the world. Free in autonomy and in responsibility for the next generations, we all are invited now to sign the Leiden Principles. We do it in Leiden University, in the city in the European city of science here in Leiden, and in Libertatis Praesidium today, May the 20th, 2022. And it's my privilege, and it's a real pleasure for me as a rector, that
our good friends are here with us, of the Canadian U15, Chad Gatfield, from German U15, Jan Wöbking. Who is it? I cannot see him. From Japan, Kuha Ito. From the Russell Group, Tim Bradshaw. Here he is. And for LERU, Karin, everybody knows you. That's wonderful. So it's my pleasure to invite you to come to the stage to sign it. It's okay so? Yeah. Fine. So now I hand over to you. No? So, and a big applause to all our colleagues. So,
Thank you, Bernard Eitel. I think we should keep on applauding them, right? While signing.
it's a historical moment.
Yeah.
Take your iPhones or smartphones and take photos.
1, 2, 3. Sign. Okay, now we can clap again.
Please, can you all look at me for one moment?
Oh, yeah.
Just sign and look at me.
They have to sign it twice? 5 times. Yes? Give them a warm applause. Yeah. Jan Wöbking, Tim Bradshaw, Karen Max, Kohei Ito, and Chad Gatfield. Many historical moments are administrative moments. Yeah. Karen, can I invite you to the front for a closing off? Sorry? Yeah, for your last remarks. Oh, you're going to give a speech as well? Afterwards. We have a miscommunication here. Are you going to? Yeah. Oh, great. Sorry, I didn't get this, but we're going to hear from everyone that signed a short statement.
The purpose was, as we agreed yesterday, that each of the CEOs or Secretary Generals would say a word on one of the principles that we have been putting forward, and they all know which principle that they have chosen yesterday afternoon. So I would suggest that Jan starts with the principle that he has chosen. Jan? We're going to do this. Each 2 minutes we agreed yesterday. So.
Did you say 2 minutes, Kurt?
2 minutes. 2 minutes, Jan. Yeah.
Okay, shall I start, because I have the first principle, I think, which is trust. And obviously this is a very important topic. And in the statement, we go back to what happened during the pandemic, and that universities played a huge role in making sure that there is a vaccine, actually a vaccine that was developed in record-breaking time, unprecedented time. And I can say this proudly because one of our universities, the University of Mainz, was involved in that. The spin-off BioNTech, the small company that you might have heard of during the pandemic, that's a spin-off of one of our universities, so we're pretty proud of that. But it was not just vaccine development, it was advisory, a lot of advising the political sphere. It was a lot of science communication, which we talked about today a great deal. And so what we want to say is society and politics can put trust in us, in universities. We're there when we need it, when they need us. And at the same time, we ask for trust and faith in what we do, and that the politics and society has sometimes patience with us. Universities work in special ways. It's not always the most direct way they take. Sometimes it takes 20, 30 years to have the work being ready for a vaccine then to be developed. And so have faith in us and we'll deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. We go to Tim, who has chosen, after they left the EU, who has chosen for freedom.
Thank you, Kurt. I think everyone today has already spoken enough about academic freedom and autonomy. I think one thing that's perhaps not been said, though, is that we don't want pure autonomy. We're quite willing to give up certain amounts of autonomy in our universities. We do that so that we can receive public funding and other things. And that's fine. But we have to sort of work out how we communicate that to our politicians, I think, a bit better. Because they see it as a bipolar thing, that we have all the autonomy and they have no say over us. And that's not just not true. But there is a role for us to play in terms of talking to our governments, our funders, about the extent to which we are willing to give up sensible amounts of autonomy, leaving us the freedom to do the things that we do best. And I don't think that dialogue has been held very well. And what worries me is that certainly in the UK, but many other countries, are getting dragged down a whole new dimension of free speech. So not just academic freedom, but sort of broader free speech issues. And this isn't actually about free speech. Certainly in the UK, it's not really about free speech. It is about the type of speech and the sort of populist governments that some nations in Europe and around the world have, and that sort of thought process and speech not being reflected in the universities that we represent, where sort of liberal, more social values quite often come to the fore. I think we have to be careful there where governments try to impose free speech legislation on our universities, and I think we have to have a good dialogue back to them about the role that can play and the disruption that will cause if they push those sort of things too far. So we're not in a perfect situation, and I've got 2 seconds left, so I'd say, we just need to communicate better and be able to demonstrate to our politicians and our funders what the value is of academic freedom, autonomy, and free speech, and how we use that to, as Jan said, we can do that to solve some of the biggest challenges of the world, be it through vaccines or environmental issues. But we need a certain amount of autonomy, academic freedom, and free speech to do that, rather than being told what free speech we can have by our ministers. Sorry, that was a political thing. I probably shouldn't have done that.
That was a very good remark, Tim, to wrap up. We agreed that LERU would say a word on stewardship, but I see that Bernard has given the floor to Karen. So, or if Bernard wants to do it, of course, he can do it. He can do it. Bernard, go ahead. Bernard, go ahead.
So, you asked me to do it.
Yeah, absolutely, but I was a bit confused with seeing Karen there. So.
Stewardship, difficult expression. All over the day we heard nothing about it. But I think we all emphasize our academic freedom rights and stress the institutional autonomy of research universities. With the Leiden principle on stewardship as well, we confirm the link between freedom and autonomy and responsibility of the individual researcher in our communities, as well of the institutions as a whole. Stewardship goes hand in hand with responsibility, research integrity, sustainability, and with growing actuality, with the protection of the sovereignty and security of free nations. That's really new. And I'm sure over the next years we will focus on that more and more. The finding of this balance between freedom, globalization, and unlimited internationalization and academic openness of research on the one side, and integrity, responsibility, and protection of freedom of free democratic nations on the other side is a growing concern and a more and more important challenge for LERU universities and research universities as a whole. Let me say, from the German perspective, times are changing. I'm also a little bit political. Times are changing, and in particular in Germany, there was the sentence of Zeitenwende, the turn of times. We speak about export control in Germany. We speak about control of knowledge exchange in Germany. A 100 billion euro package will be implemented for defense, completely new for Germany. We will commit our students from other countries to certain guidelines, research integrity, and so on. And we expect a decline of exchange with countries like Russia, China, Iran, and others, also triggered by our governments. It's a really complete change in minds. So that was the background why I asked this afternoon about regionalization and globalization, clash of civilizations, clash of hemispheres and scientific positions in between. So finally, we need to rethink about strategic internationalization, strategic diversity, outreach, societal impact, etc. The challenge is obvious. The solution is challenging. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernard. And happy to give the floor to Professor Kohei Ito for RU11 Japan to say a few words on openness.
Okay, openness is necessary to ensure knowledge can flow globally without unnecessary barriers. And of course, we must continue to support and advance public access to research outcomes and also the knowledge accumulated within universities. However, we also had to add one sentence due to the recent strain accumulating with recent geopolitical situation in such way that it is critical that appropriate safeguards and controls be put in place to protect against inappropriate transfer or use of such knowledge. I hope that at some day soon we can eliminate such sentence so that we can truly and openly transfer our knowledge to all nations in the universe. Okay?
Thank you very much. And finally, Chad, for you, 15 Canada, on diversity. I'm not going to repeat the words that you said yesterday afternoon around the table, but you certainly will know what to say about this.
Well, one of the things we've spoken so much about the world's problems and challenges, and I think all of us, I think it's good to end on some sense of optimism. And the good news is, I think we all recognize, and our event today has certainly emphasized the fact that we have not really tapped the entire pool of talent that can possibly help. And we've spoken about that in multiple ways, whether it's across generations. We ended today, for example, on citizen science. The possibilities of involving so many more individuals and talented individuals in perhaps areas that we had not thought of, whether it's across civilizations and so on. And I think by tapping the entire pool of talent and really opening our eyes in terms of the possibilities and finding ways of bringing different perspectives into the conversation, I think we can be optimistic about a bright future. And this is urgent because, and it's also complicated, because we realize, I think, that at the end of the day, we are also contesting the notions of misinformation, alternate facts, a world in which truth about certain aspects of our lives is contested all the time. And we need to figure out ways in which we can really bring the fruit of this diversity that we know is at the heart of our prospects for the future, and do it in a way that will really do us justice in terms of actually building better societies, better economies, more prosperous, healthier, and ones that are more in tune with the rest of the universe. And I think our paradigm shift related to diversity is at the heart of this, and I think it's really one of the reasons why we embraced this particular principle. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Evelien, back to you, and apologies that we didn't communicate on this last night. After that, we decided this. Apologies for that.
That's okay, because historical moments are also messy moments, so that's good. So now I would like to ask Karen Max to come to the front to do some closing remarks. Don't worry, it won't be a lecture of 30 minutes, just some closing remarks, some ideas she wants to share with you to close off this meeting. So give her a warm applause.
Well, I think this anniversary is coming to an end, at least to some end. And I think we had a very rich day, and it was very intriguing, interesting with all the speakers. I think the role of universities refers to a LERU paper that we had actually many years ago. I don't know exactly how many years ago. Kurt, do you know that? What are universities for? 2008. So it's still relevant. It's still relevant, and that's not because of the universities, but that is also because of the world is changing. How do we position ourselves in a changing world? That is what we have to think about all the time. And there's lots of things that were for granted, or aspects that were for granted till now and may not be for granted for the future. In the changing society. And there's two that I would highlight. One is our independence. In order to protect our independence, we will have to be careful, for instance, towards the digital companies and others. It's very hard to, in a digitalized world, to be independent if you do not have independent platforms. That's one of my major concerns for the future, as some of you know. And the other is the relevance. Relevance is also changing as the whole environment is changing. And I think we had already discussions related to that topic also today. That's also why I am an advocate of having more SSH research and education together with the hard sciences, so to speak, and the medical sciences. I think it's very important to make sure that we always research what it does to people, what does it do to culture, what does it do to our living environment, and that is, I think, something that we have to tackle all together for the future. I come to an end now. It was a wonderful conference. I enjoyed it a lot. I hope you too. I think I want to thank the moderator. Where is she? Ah, there. You did a great task, and you always do the right thing, so thank you for that. And of course, also the LERU office who have been organizing all this. Thanks a lot. Thanks to everyone who took the podium, and thanks all of you for being here. Thank you.
Okay, let me then really say goodbye. Thank you very much, and now enjoy the after party.